Hey, how's everyone doing? Yeah, got a fairly interesting one tonight. Let me just turn the music down a little bit though. Yeah, we'll be playing some PC-88 tonight, and we're actually going to be playing something that Trap was playing like last week, but I actually got very, very interested in wanting to play it myself. It's this game, which is called Mirrors, by Studio Wing, and it's essentially a text adventure, but it's a psychological horror text adventure. It's very interesting in that it actually uses like what looks like photographs for a lot of its scenes rather than hand-drawn stuff, which is pretty cool. Japan, Wolverine, batteries, Peter Paco and everyone else. Yeah, we're going to be playing this because it looks really cool, and I wanted to check this out after Trap was playing it like last week. It seems like right up my alley. Like, I like this kind of stuff where it's like it's unique, it's interesting, the story is actually quite compelling, so I want to see how good it is, because I actually didn't watch the first 7 hours of his stream when he was playing it, because he was streaming like at some stupid time when I was still asleep, so I missed most of the beginning, so I'm not really sure what happens at the beginning. But this should be pretty interesting, I think. I'm not really familiar with the studio though, so this is going to be my first foray into the stuff that they've done, but I've heard good things about them. They're apparently pretty good, so I'm going to be checking this out as well. Also, nicely is that this game was actually fully translated by a group called Nebulous Translations. That's their most recent release as well. And they've actually done some QOL stuff as well, some quality of life stuff, like not really requiring a separate save disk, which means that you don't have to keep swapping in and out of all your disks in order to actually save, which is quite nice. And it looks pretty good as well, the translation looks very good, so yeah, we're going to be checking this out. Kind of keen to actually get straight into it because it's actually really, really fascinating, this game, so yeah, let's just jump straight into it. So encoding overloaded lol. First time I've seen that. Okay. Right, so hopefully the volume and everything is good for you guys. Yeah, let me just load everything up. So what's really cool as well is that it actually runs everything by CD. Runs everything off a disk, CD-ROM. Insert that, insert main, and insert game, and then reset the whole thing, and let's go. What's up, one man crowd? Cool. Yeah, that should look alright, yeah. So what was really weird about this is that when I tried to actually get this to run the first time, it tried to write the disks, because it actually uses a game disk and a program disk, and I think like depending on which disk it is, it has like different types of files. But you actually don't need that if you've got them already prepared, so I used the ones that came with the package itself. Yeah, you don't need to use the 8 and 2 keys. We don't use the number keys here. Once you're ready, press return. It should just boot up, hopefully. Cool. Yeah. Far too comfy in the hot tub, yeah. So I think I need to crop that window a little bit more. There we go. Hopefully it's a bit slow, this loading. There we go. Let me know if the volume is alright as well, because I think sometimes it comes in a little loud. Yeah, it looks a little peaking at the moment. White. A white room. Was it quite loud there? It's actually getting pretty loud, isn't it? Yeah, let me know about the volume levels, yeah? Familiar stone pavement from the town I grew up in. Bay Area. Yeah, I just tweaked it. It should be 33% of maximum volume. Time keeps flowing. I'm surrounded by fog. little bit more because I think it's peaking a little bit. 28%. Why me? Who is the shadow after? I don't know. Sovets, what's up? Good evening. Disembodied head. Run, run! Who is that shadow? Who is trying to kill me? I don't know. Keep running, the footsteps are coming. The shadow of the killer carrying a knife is reflected in the mirror. Yeah, it looks really good, doesn't it? Like I said, it's unique in that it's actually, it looks like photographs instead of hand-drawn CGs. Yeah, so the general premise of this game is that you play as David, who is the lead singer of a band, but he's plagued by nightmares. Nightmares of someone chasing him and trying to kill him. And things just get really bad after that. So it looks pretty cool. Like I said, I have no idea what the first half of the game even looks like because I missed all of Trap's stream up until like the last 3 hours worth of it. So I'm actually kind of keen to see what happens. I kind of want to know what happens as well. So yeah, everything as well streams off the CD in this game. So all the music, all the sound effects, and all the graphics get streamed off the disc. So everything gets saved onto floppy disk if it needs to, like, you know, the portrait arts and things like that. But the only thing about that is that it's pretty slow loading because 1-speed CD-ROM. But compared to a lot of PC-88 games, it's actually surprisingly good looking. Also, I've left the seek sounds on so we can actually hear them. Yeah, the atmosphere is great. So I was not aware of this game until Trap played it like last week, and I said I caught the last 3.5 hours worth of his playthrough, and it was really interesting what I saw, so I kind of wanted to play it myself. So here we are. All I know is it's a very standard text adventure in format, in that it's got a lot of branches. You need to make saves at those branches. And the ending really depends on which branch you take. And there's like apparently 6 endings plus 1 extra, which is unique to the PC-88 game. Because this game, interesting enough, is actually on the FM Towns as well as an upgraded version, but for some reason they removed one of the endings apparently. But the FM Towns version is like slightly visually better because it's got frames wrapping, you know, the graphic art. But obviously we should play the PC-88 version because the extra ending might be pretty cool as well. I'm not entirely sure if I want to play all endings though. We'll decide on that as we go through. I mean, it very, very likely might be possible that I might decide to. I think there's a player's guide out there somewhere though, but we're not going to be using the guide for this. We're just going to fly through as best as we can. But yeah, the loading is a bit slow because it combines CD and floppy disk. Huff, huff. So it looks like he's just woken up from a nightmare. Yeah, so this is us, David Astley. David woke up screaming, his body covered in sweat. It was that goddamn nightmare again. He's a hunk, isn't he? Check him out. Good thing he wasn't called Rick, because that would have been hilarious. Never gonna give you up. I've been having these nightmares since I was a kid and I still can't get used to it. What's bothering me is that they've been getting more and more realistic as I grew up. I've even been having them more frequently. If this keeps up, I might actually die for real. Maybe I really need a shrink. That's what David thought every time he had one of his nightmares. Guess I'll take a shower. Oh, well, let me just check something. Because I think to save you need to press escape. Yes, I just need to very quickly check something before we continue on, because I think you press escape to save. Yeah, to save, press escape. Cool. And then press numpad keys to select the save. Well, numpad keys. Fuck. No, it's fine, I can blip it. Okay, because I've actually bound I've bound one of my sensor screens to the numpad key 1, which means it'll pop up if I use numpad key 1 to save. Anyway, I thought he'd feel better if he could relax under the hot weather for a while. Hot water for a while. Yeah, I think the audio balance, let me just drop it a tiny bit more because it looks like it's still pretty loud. 20% should be about right. Yeah. Tomorrow's the day, my first European tour. David was the vocalist of Vision, an up-and-coming rock band of the UK indie scene. That would have been their first tour of Europe since the debut 1 year ago. David sat on the sofa, holding a cold bottle of mineral water. Yeah, so these aren't branches yet, though. But we don't know where the branches are yet, so we're gonna find out soon. So look around the room. It's a simple room for a famous musician, clean and tidy. Think about the European tour. That's David there as well. Phew, how am I supposed to go on tour when I feel like this? No, I can't act like a wimp now, I have to man up. It's still early. I'll watch some TV. You can turn on the TV. Channel 2. BBC 2, if this is in the UK. Yeah. No public broadcasts during the day? What do you even pay taxes for? Yeah, the TV license is a bit of a waste of money. Yeah. On ITV we've got fucking, what was it, Friday the 13th? A horror movie at this time of the day? Yeah, I've seen this one. I love the sound effects in this, though. This is the other reason why I wanted to play this, because the sound design in this is actually really good for PC-88. Fucking Friday the 13th. Yeah, screenshots from Friday the 13th as well. Compared to my usual nightmares, this feels like a comedy. Oh, BBC 1. Involved in a traffic accident this morning in Richmond Road, Kingston upon Thames. The woman was brought to the nearby Castle Hospital, but was declared dead on arrival. Name was Claire Stark, 21 years old. She was the manager of Vision, a recent rock band contracted with Views label. Holy shit, okay, so our manager is dead in a traffic accident. Looks like she just plowed into a truck. Plowed into a lorry by the look of it. Wait, what? Are they talking about Claire? Band was supposed to begin their European tour tomorrow. Views label refused to make any statements. The phone rang. It was a call from Martin, a fellow band member. Talk to Martin. David, I heard from production, it's about Claire. She's... yeah, she's dead. Yeah, I just heard on the news. They said she caused the accident. Really? What? But she was never that careless before. I know, what are we going to do now? Our tour was supposed to start tomorrow. I know production has been working hard on that front, but it doesn't feel right now. Have you heard from the others? The others, I'm assuming, are the band members. I'm gonna call them now. Can you come to the office? Yeah, new wave van in their wild adventure through Europe. What's up, Electro? Yes, see you there. Right, so think about the accident first. I should go to the office for the time being. Yes, you can't think about the accident yet. Let's go to the office. David drank his mineral water down in one gulp but hurried to the Views label office. Yep, that's London alright. It's old London buses as well. Where is that? It's Piccadilly Circus. Started by investigating minor bands with sparing resources. Get the music! Old Roller as well, Rolls Royce. It's since become an exemplary label of the European indie scene. Organising major events and achieving sales numbers comparable to a major music label. Yeah, some of this is actually auto skipping as well, so... Look at Kate's expression. Kate, the receptionist, usually wore a bright smile on her face, but she was unable to hide her sadness at the news of Claire's death. Yes, that's repeating. Yeah, some of these usually just give you one response, and the other one is the one that you select to access the next trigger. David, it's Claire. She's... I know, I heard from Martin. Yeah, see, because that's repeating. I'm not sure who David reminds me of, though. Talk to Kate about Claire. She was so looking forward to the tour. God, why did this have to happen? You said it. Claire was working so hard for the tour she barely had any time to sleep. We'll have to talk to Richard about our plans. Gabra? It's about Richard the President. The President left in a hurry a few moments ago. He looked like he had something on his mind, but he didn't say anything. C/examine option. Yeah, it's a pretty streamlined text adventure, this. It doesn't have like a shitload of options like you would normally expect in these kinds of text adventures. It's like one or two options, but I think the branching is quite focused in that regard as well. I'll have to wait for him to come back. Try to cheer up, okay? I'll try. Thanks, David. David ends at the office. It's an old-looking office. Hughes Label's office was in an uproar. The loss of a talented woman like Claire was a terrible blow for an indie label. And so for the most part, one option is usually just the dud one, and you want to select the other one to advance. But the staff. And where is everyone? Ah, David. They're waiting in the studio. Got it. Only Martin and Andrew were inside the studio. Right, so look at them. Usually looking doesn't do anything. They're having trouble coping with Claire's death. Of course they are. Talk to Andrew. It's one of our bandmates. Alan isn't here yet. The president ran off somewhere. I don't think the tour is going to happen at this point. Where's Alan? Don't lose heart, Martin. The president will think of something. You're too optimistic, Andrew. If the tour isn't a success, the media will destroy us. The band will be over. Guys, this isn't the time. arguing already. Can't think about the tour now, David. What's wrong, Martin? You don't look well. Maybe we should delay the tour by a week. Yeah, that's not gonna work. All the venues are booked out, probably. Cheer up, Martin. Not repeating. Yeah, that's repeating. Not this again. You're way too worried about our reputation. Someone's coming. Alan rushed in. So this must be one other band member, yeah. He was the most technically skilled member of the band. He was behind the arrangement of most of their songs. Sorry I'm late, I was working on the sampling source disc for the tour. I still can't believe Claire is. It's all of us, excluding the president. Ah, looks like he's back. Richard, the president and producer, entered the studio. You're all here, good. Come to the meeting room, we'll have to talk. Why does he look familiar? I'm sure they used like pictures of actual famous people for a lot of this. Young lady was waiting inside the room. Who's this? Look at the other members. They're waiting for the president to start talking. Talk to Richard. It's been a tough day for all of us. Allow me to make the introductions. This is Susanna Ling, your new manager. Susanna, nice to meet you, Alina Vision. I'm Andrew Baker. It's my pleasure. Yeah, you look familiar. I'm Alan Stiebel, in charge of arrangements. I'm the composer, Martin Vincent. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Right, so they're waiting for the president to start talking. Let's talk to the others first. The tour will start tomorrow as planned? Yeah, probably. Yes, we should be fine now. So, any questions? That's the present for you. Where did you scout her from? Did scout her actually. She's been meaning to join us for a while now, and she officially joined the company the day before yesterday. Okay, interesting. Well, we have a new manager now, so we should be fine. This is good, isn't it, David? Talk to Susanna. You just happened to join us before Claire's death? How convenient. Maybe you planned all of this, even her accident. Now that's tinfoil hat thinking there. David, you can't take it out on her. What happened to Claire was an accident. It's not Susanna's fault. Apologize now. I wasn't thinking straight. I'm still worked up about Claire's accident. I'm sorry, Susanna. Don't let it get to you, Susanna. David's usually a nice guy. I have to say though, you don't get this angry often, Martin. You already captured it. Your heart, huh? Come on, Alan, it's not like that. Oh dear, does that mean you hate me, Martin? Small talk already. I didn't say that. Yeah, it's talking to everybody else except the manager just now. We have a new manager and she's a cutie to boot. Now we only need to finish prepping the tour. Okay, is that... yeah, that's the same thing. Okay, cool. So I guess we talk to Richard. Sorry about David, Susanna. He's still recovering from Claire's passing. Looks like you've hit it off well. It's too bad about Claire, but sometimes you have to make the best out of a bad situation. President, are all instruments ready for the tour? Yes, everything you ordered has arrived. Claire's funeral will be held shortly. We should get going. Yes, sir. Okay. Time to roll. Avengers, roll out. Their talk over, Richard and the band left to attend Claire's funeral. Well, they arranged that quickly, didn't they? The skies of London were dark, as if saddened at Claire's funeral. Claire'd been looking after the band ever since their debut. Thank you for the follow. Now they could only pray that she rests in peace. Claire, you never had a moment to rest. You're always doing something for us. I'm grateful for everything. Farewell. The Univision won't be the same without her, right, David? Claire, we'll make sure this tour is a success. We'll make sure this tour is a success. Please watch over our lives from up there. Goodbye, Claire. Rest in peace. Everyone's just saying their goodbyes. Pretty somber start, isn't it? Members of the band went to a nearby park after the funeral. Listen to the others. Guys, how about we have a little party to celebrate our new manager and to say goodbye to Claire? Sounds good to me. But really, Andrew, you're always the same. What do you mean? He's always been more of an organizer than a musician. So David, got any specific place in mind? The nearest bar, maybe? Why not the good old Dirty Ducks? Yeah, the nearest bar. London thinking. Oh, I know the place. I think I've heard of that actually. And it's a plan. See you there at 8 PM. I have to take care of things for the other bands. You take it from here, Andrew. Don't overdo it. Remember, you have a tour starting tomorrow. Oh, and don't forget the receipt. Yeah, expenses. Yes, sir. Let's get smashed! That's very obviously London. David said goodbye and went back home. Where does he live then? He must live in the centre. To take care of the last few preparations for the tour, he headed towards the pub Dirty Ducks at Leicester Square. Oh, Embankment. Okay. Apparently some of these places are real, you know. Like, they actually used like real locations for some of this stuff. This pub was always a favourite of theirs, even before their debut. They'd come here to relax after a recording session or before one of their gigs. Dirty Ducks. Look around the pub. The friendly owner and the cheap fragrance was always relaxing to them. Yeah, it's always nice to have your own local. Listen to the others. Susanna, if you don't mind me asking, why did you want to work for our label specifically? Huh? It's because I really liked your band and David. Really? Sus. Yes? No, it's nothing. I smell intrigue. David is popular with the ladies after all. You better be careful, Susanna. Everyone knows that David will get in your pants in no time. Yeah, it's not lewd though, this game, so that's fine. Just winding him up, are we? Martin, you give the wrong impression of me. Don't worry about me. Believe it or not, I've learned Aikido. I can defend myself. What's up, Zeke? You'll be fine then. They all laughed. Thought it was good to hit it off. Oh, it's a craft beer pub, is it? They kept talking, forgetting about the time. Time for a lock-in, is it? Around the pub. It's always the same. Well, it's time to go. It's been a long day, what with the funeral and all. I'll go with you, Andrew. I'm going to the studio to take a look at those new instruments. Listen to the others. I think I might have had a little too much to drink. Me too, but I had fun. Mean no offense to Miss Claire. They were all drinking and chatting, but before they could realize, David and Susanna were the only ones left. Everyone's buggered off, have they? Yeah, that's repeating. We'd better go. I'll walk you home. In your state? Good luck. Thank you, I appreciate it. We left the pub together. David and Susanna decided to walk through the back alleys to sober up. Ooh, that's a terrible idea in London. That's an awful idea in London. Let's look around first. London at night is pretty chilly. Yes, it is. Been wondering about this since morning. Have we met somewhere before? Huh? No, not before today. I saw you drinking during your lives and on TV, but that's it. Maybe I saw you in my dreams. Oh my god, that's a chatterpine and a half, isn't it? Really? I'm glad to be in your dreams. Hmm? What the fuck? They couldn't expect the unfortunate event that was about to unfold. As they turned the corner, they collided with a pair of punks. Look at these guys. These are pretty interesting guys. Look at the punks. David tried to laugh at it, but we knew it wouldn't work. Well, let me see if I can save it first. Save game, press Y, N, yes. Select. I'm going to stick it on slot 2. Done. Press enter to continue. To the punks. I'm terribly sorry. Have a good night. Oh dear. A good night, my arse. Unless you're gonna leave this girl with us, that is. Then we'll all have a good night. Punk slowly approached Susanna while glaring at David. One of the punks tried to grab Susanna. Well, look at this, babe. We're gonna have some fun, you and us. No, get away from me, David, help! Punch Punk A. We thwack him. Smack! David hit the punk square in the face. You shouldn't have done that, little fucker. Gonna mess you up real good. Consider the situation. David knew some karate, but the amount of alcohol in his body made his head spin. Let Susanna run while you fight, perhaps? I did save it before though, so that's fine. Look at the punks. Run with Susanna. Yell for help. Let Susanna run while you fight. This ought to work, right? Let's just be a bad end. Run, Susanna. No, I can't leave you here alone. Well, she knows Aikido, though. Shut up and get your ass ready. Let's, run with Susanna, I guess? Run, Susanna. Right as David and Susanna try to run. Where do you think you're going? David was hit by a punk. Just give up, bro.
There's just like an entire wall of dick.
What's up, Antoine? Thanks for the raid. What's up, Oshawan? Run, Susanna. Just fucking run already, woman. No, I can't leave you here alone. Shut up and get your ass ready. Okay, so yell for help, I guess? Someone help! David yelled as loudly as he could. Nobody's come to save your ass. You keep yelling, I guess? That repeating? Yeah, that's repeating. Okay, so look at the punks, I guess. The punks look more than willing to kill David. So, can we still fight them, maybe? Yeah, that's repeating that. Shut up and get your ass ready. Bring on. What are you waiting for, you chicken? Come on! Oh, so you're goading them now. Yeah, watch out, we got a badass over here, you're dead meat. Got a death wish or something? Fine by me. David managed to distract the punks. That means Susanna's got away. Now Susanna, run! David! Yes! Good, she's actually getting away now. Susanna started running just as the punks attacked David. Die! David dodged the attack just barely. Unfortunately, he stepped on a bottle and lost his balance. As he hit his head against the wall, David's mind went to the tour that was supposed to start the following day. No way in hell I'm dying here. Susanna, run! And then everything faded to black. Like game over. Damn. When he woke up, David found himself in an unfamiliar location. In front of him there was a castle he had never seen before. Okay. London is a shithole though. Think of the situation. Where am I? Wait, this castle. It's the one from my dreams. I get it now, this isn't real. This has to be one of my dreams. I guess I'll just go inside for now. Oh, there's murder punks everywhere in London. London's a horrible place. David carefully approached the castle. Look around. He noticed the gate leading inside the castle. Okay. It doesn't seem to be locked. Alright, I'll open it. Open the gate. As soon as David opened the gate, he heard a voice. David. David. Who is it? Who's calling me? David. David. It came from inside the castle. I think there's someone inside. Might as well go in. What is it about protagonists when they hear like weird voices in spooky locations? It's like, alright, might as well just go and see what it is. Can't go bad, right? Into the castle? David entered the castle. It's so dark. Aren't there any lights? Right then, you heard the sound of something. Or someone moving. What the hell's that? David. David! What's up, Jersey Soul? Yeah, exactly. They have to pick up the phone when it rings. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Ah, help! Look around. David felt his hand touch something. Though as he was being strangled, he couldn't turn to check what it was. I'm gonna die. What is it? Ah, it's a bottle. What is it? That's a bottle. Alright, so that's repeating. Fucking scary jazz hands. Think of the situation, of course. I can't breathe, I need to pick up that bottle. So pick it up then. Pick it up and whack the person on the head with it. Gah! Smash. Ah, help! David managed to pick up the bottle and use it to strike his aggressor. And then David lost consciousness. I get the feeling he's just thwacked one of the punks. Yeah, David had been knocked out by the punks. When he regained consciousness, he was alone in that alley. My head hurts. Ugh, was that a dream? David looked around him while getting his bearings. Yep. What the hell? Did I kill him? I don't remember this. He's fucking shanked one of the punks, hasn't he, with the glass bottle? One of the punks was lying on the ground, a copious amount of blood flowing out of his stomach. David was holding a bloody broken bottle. The other punk must have run away. He could hear police sirens approaching. No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill him. You might want to run, Sonny. It was a dream, the punks, the castle. Man, what a nightmare. Am I losing my mind? Moshi moshi. Nope, Susanna. Did I wake you up, David? You were pretty drunk last night. How are you holding up? I've still got a little bit of a hangover, but other than that, I'm fine. Think about yesterday. I'll try asking Susanna about yesterday. Okay. Oh yeah, what happened after we left the pub? You don't remember? You could barely stand, so I brought you home. Really? Guess Claire's death made me drink a little too much. Nothing weird happened along the way? No, nothing at all. I called a taxi and went home. Lay off the booze, my dude. The punks, the castle, it was all a bad dream. I see. Sorry for the trouble. Cheer up, David, okay? Today's the big day. I know, thanks. But the nightmare still weighed heavily on his mind. Susanna's words calmed him down. David made his way to Heathrow Airport, where the rest of the band was waiting. Also, delays! It's Heathrow. Right, so at this point it has to stream some more data onto the floppies so it can actually run a bit. It's actually pretty interesting stuff so far, actually. So I get the feeling that that did actually happen though, and she's like hiding it. Very, very sus. They took EasyJet and missed check-in by 5 minutes. What's up, Speedy? Speedy De Palma. Yeah, it's because it's writing everything to the floppy disks for the next bit. It's actually kind of interesting how it plays, actually, because all the data is stored on CD, but it has to chunk parts of the scenario to floppy disks, so it'll run from there. Also, 1-speed CD-ROM. PC-88 though. Wait, that's Luton. I think it does. I think EasyJet operates out of quite a lot of the UK airports. Although most people try and avoid them. What's up, NPC? How's everyone doing tonight anyway? Heathrow Airport, Terminal 4. Yes, fucking the forever delayed one. A band gathered in the waiting area of Heathrow Terminal 4. Around the airport. The waiting area was packed and they couldn't find a good place to sit together. There were very few people that age and none of them seemed to be among their fans. It's finally happening, our first European tour. I could barely sleep last night. Not me, I got home and had one last drink and then slept like a log. I'm doing great. Yeah, that's repeating. Comes to think of it, you had quite a few drinks yesterday. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, just a little headache is all. You look pale, David. Something wrong? Just had my usual nightmare, you know. That again. What's so bad about it anyway? I'm in the streets I always see in my dreams. I start running. Someone wants to kill me. A shadow. I'm scared. I'm still running. Before I realize it, the streets turn into a scenery I've never seen before. Yes, we're totally not just a scan of him, yeah. I run through the unfamiliar streets. Suddenly I'm running through the same street as before. I keep running along the same street. In my dream, I keep repeating the same actions over and over again. What if I never wake up? Suddenly I see an old castle in the distance, a castle I've never seen before. Is that Bamborough? Annick Castle. That's when I wake up, but I remember every detail of that castle. It's burnt into my memory. David considered sharing the dream where he killed a man, but he decided against it. Mama just killed a man. The waiting area was starting to fill up with younger people. David could feel their gaze. I had no idea you had these kinds of dreams. Are you sure you never saw that castle anywhere? I'm positive. Personally, I think you're just upset by Claire's, you know. That's why you're getting these weird dreams. I wouldn't worry about them. Apparently we've been having them way longer than that, though. I think so, too. Maybe you're right. Gonna have a breakdown if you keep worrying about everything, David. Be more like me. Forget about the bad stuff and enjoy your life. Be more Alan. Yeah. Be more Andrew, rather. You're a special case, Andrew. Hey, David. Got a pair of fine young ladies looking our way. Look around the airport. Fine young ladies, huh? Two young women came closer. Look at the women. They appear to be fans of Alina Vision. Yeah, so Alina Vision, if you're not aware, it's our band. We're about to go on tour. Look, it's Alina Vision. There's David, he's so cool. Don't be picky. There's Martin too. They must be leaving for their tour. Let's get their autographs. Going on a tour, right? We're definitely coming to your London performance. Been a big fan since your debut. Good luck with your tour. Thank you very much. David, Alan, may I get your autograph? Martin, can I shake your hand? Oh, can I get your autograph? Oh, hell yeah. What am I, chopped liver? Oh, sorry, Andrew. We didn't mean to forget about you. Want your autograph too. You just saying that to appease me. Oh well, the things we do for our fans. Come on, give me the pen. So who do I make it out to? Yeah, laugh it up, David. At least someone's feeling better. Oh well, this is also part of the job. What you mumbling about, Andrew? Nothing? Shut up. Airport banter. Well, it's Heathrow, you gotta do something to actually wait off the endless stream of delays. Okay, what's this? Two people were monitoring Alino Vision's movements. One of them, mostly referred to as Chief, was Clark. He was a detective and a former Interpol agent. Interpol, eh? What the heck have we done? The other was his assistant, Vince. His father was Japanese while his mother was British. Looks like they're leaving soon. This job's great, Chief. We just have to keep an eye on Susanna Ling, right? You got it. Travel expenses are all covered. It's basically a free trip around Europe. What bothers me is that I have no idea who the client is. Well, the money's good, I guess. I guess it doesn't really matter. We're just keeping an eye on a woman. We're not doing anything bad. Yeah, clearly. I hope so. Things keeps things interesting, right? Sus Anna. Oh, they're embarking. Let's go, Vince. Wait for me, Chief. So we've got detectives following us, interestingly enough, for whatever reason. And so they left Heathrow Airport. Is that Concorde? Yeah, that's a Concorde. I would have loved to have flown on one of those, but sadly never got to. And reached Orly Airport without incidents. What the hell is Orly? Oh, France. Okay, Paris. They were scheduled to rest one night at the Hilton Hotel in Paris and travel by charter bus the following day. Thus, David decided to call it a day early. Yeah, I don't think I've ever flown into Paris. I usually get the rail, like travel from London via the Eurostar. Never actually flown into France. Right, just... Oh, I can't save it here. Okay, so he took some sleeping pills and laid on the bed, but between what happened in London and the upcoming concerts in France, David had trouble falling asleep. Sleeping pills made him drowsy, but after a while he couldn't bear staying in bed. Instead, he decided to go outside and enjoy the night in Paris. Yay, Paris! French people! He entered one of the taxis in front of the hotel. Oh, that's a terrible idea. Yeah, I know. Fucking... The funny story, fucking... When I went to... I think it was the second Stunfest, which was... when was it? 2015, I think it was? Fucking, I was doing a demonstration of Crimson Clover. So I had to take my MacBook and my joystick, and actually got held up in London, which was quite funny. Because they scanned the bag that I had everything in. And they stopped me because they saw this massive fucking electronics and wires and shit in the bag through the X-ray scanner. So they asked me to open it up. It's a Conba bag, which is like a bag to carry the Quamba Q4 stick. But it was conveniently big enough to hold that, my joystick and the MacBook that I was using. It was like the perfect size for everything. So I put that through the X-ray scanner, and they fucking saw all the wires and stuff, didn't they? So this guy came over and he was like, "Can you open your bag, please, sir?" So I like popped it open. He was like, "What's in here?" I was like, "Oh, my MacBook and a joystick." So I lifted the thing, the the top part off to show him the joystick. He's like, "Oh, where you going?" It's like, "I'm going to Stunfest." He's like, "I haven't seen one of these for ages." Fucking, they thought it was like some kind of a bomb or something, but it was just the stick with all the wires and stuff in it, so they let me through. It was quite funny because I remember when they actually saw it in the X-ray scanner, because like one of the guys was looking and he was looking at the monitor super like intently, and then I saw somebody else walking up and they were like pointing to the monitor and it's like, "What the hell is this?" And I was like, "Oh god, that's my bag, isn't it?" And then another one came up and he was looking at it as well. It's like, "What the hell is that?" So fucking, that's when one of them came over and asked me to open the bag. Yeah, it looked extra sus, but I thought it was quite funny because they said it's like this little, the bag I've got for the Combo Q4, it's this little travel bag. It fits a joystick perfectly. I don't have a Quamba Q4, I've got the Street Fighter 4 TE, which fits in there perfectly as well. But it was like the perfect size for a 17-inch MacBook Pro as well. So had everything in there, and yeah, that was the thing that actually got me stopped, like at London St Pancras rail station just before we ended getting the Eurostar. But we got through though, like it didn't take long to get in, but that's like one of the funniest things. Just seeing like 2 or 3 of the border crossing people just staring at this monitor and pointing and like scratching their heads going, "What the fuck is that?" Yeah, so good. But yeah, fucking France and London are pretty strict when it comes to, you know, crossing stuff like that. So luckily it wasn't anything else. That was good times though. Yeah, France is pretty strict about that. I mean, it wasn't too bad coming back, thankfully, but it was actually quite hard getting there because fucking everything pretty locked down, like pretty tight security for some reason back then. And also that bag was like super heavy, so it was a bit of a pain in the ass carrying it around. Anyway, where to? Without a clear destination in mind, David quickly started thinking of famous landmarks. "Just go to the Eiffel Tower, you idiot." Tour Eiffel. Yeah, so we can save it here. I'm just gonna chuck a save point here. Slot 2. So continue. Right, so what we've got with Eiffel Tower, Montmartre, Quartier, the Latin Quarter. Eiffel Tower, Montmartre, the Latin Quarter. Let's just go to the Eiffel Tower. Eiffel Tower? Sure thing. Pro tip, get the fuck out of Paris immediately. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's window. The taxi took David in front of the Eiffel Tower. During the day it looked just like a tower of iron, but felt completely different now thanks to all the lights. He considered getting to the viewing platform to have a full view of Paris, but he wasn't really in the mood for sightseeing, he just wanted to get out of his room. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. Where to? Considers options. We've got the Arc de Triomphe, Notre Dame, or Montmartre. Let's just do some sightseeing. Go to the Notre Dame Cathedral. Nothing. What the fuck is that? Taxi drove along Paris, headed towards David's destination. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's window. This is an expensive taxi ride, isn't it? The taxi crossed the Seine and left David at the Notre Dame Square. It was full of tourists and couples. The cathedral is one of the most famous landmarks in all of France. First, David was captivated by its beauty, but after a while he could feel something mystical. Ancient sadness and hatred. He had to leave soon. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. We're just bouncing around Paris in a taxi, aren't we? To the Opera, the Basilique de Sacré-Cœur, Place de Vauxhall. Let's go to the Basilique. Basilica of the Sacred Heart, sure thing. Taxi drove along Paris, headed towards David's destination. Yeah, taxis are expensive in France. I think we just have to find the right one, in this case. Taxi left David at the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. Its Byzantine-style white domes reflected the moonlight. By all accounts, took 40 years to complete its construction, but it was definitely worth the time. Seemingly, the view of Paris from the view of Paris from the terrace is lovely, but the Sacred Heart was closed during the night, so we could only take a look from outside. Yeah, the public transport it's okay. I mean, I've been through Paris 5 times over the past 10 years for Stunfest. And, fucking, for 2 of those times, I've been delayed and had to get a connecting train. Purely because the Paris Underground was, like, completely messed up for 2 of those times. And the first time I got there was a rail strike. This was in 2014, I think it was. There was a rail strike. And then a couple of years later, I was going to Stunfest with Gundam, actually, and SM Raiders. We were meeting up with some of the people there as well. And we got so delayed that we were an hour late for our connecting train and had to wait an hour for the next one, and turned up at the restaurant, like, I think 2.5 hours late. Yes, the French like to strike. It's one of their favourite pastimes. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. Where the hell are you going, David? Jeez. Where to? David considered his options. So let's go to Place de Vogue. Vogue Square? Sure thing. Vosque. Taxi drove along Paris, headed towards David's destination. Paris speedrun, yeah. Where the hell is he going? David looked at the night scenery of the Paris flowing from the taxi's window. When David arrived at the square, he was impressed by its splendour. There was a reason the royal family of the 16th century would spend their time here. Surrounded by red brick buildings, the square felt like the courtyard of a royal palace. It would seem the garden was once closed to the public, but it was currently teeming with tourists. That was enough to bring David back from his 16th century dream and back into the real world. David wanted to see another landmark. He stopped another taxi. Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, I guess considering he is in a band that's doing a European tour, he can afford it. Where to? David considered his options. Place Jeanne d'Arc. We've been to Notre Dame, and yes, let's go to Jeanne d'Arc. We want to go to Rouen? Sure thing. Taxi drove along Paris, headed towards David's destination. Music. David looked at the night scenery of Paris flowing from the taxi's window. Still. Still. The taxi left David in Rouen. The place was virtually empty. Even though he was sweating, David had goosebumps. He didn't know why. Maybe it was because of the statue of Jeanne d'Arc, Joan of Arc. The place where Jeanne d'Arc, the Maiden of Miracles who fought in the 100 Years' War during the 15th century, had been executed. Fought for the sake of her country following the orders of her god. The Inquisition, jealous of her fame, sentenced her to death. She was burned at the stake and joined her god in heaven, and then became a servant in the Holy Grail War. As he walked around Rouen, David noticed a building with an open gate. For whatever reason, he felt compelled to enter, and so he did. So this is the place we needed to go to. David walked through the open gate and followed a path leading to yet another gate. Footsteps. After crossing the gate, he found himself on a path next to a stone wall. Suddenly, the voices of countless people came out of the next gate. I think this is French? Whoa, it's coming this way. David gestured frantically as he didn't understand French. I need to get out of here. David ran towards the town to get away from those countless voices. Ah, it's getting closer, I need to run. Oh, you shouldn't be going into random people's buildings? especially in France. David noticed an alley and hurried in there in order to hide. David ran through the alley, trying not to make any sounds. The alley led to a dark, gloomy square. Is this a square? There was something or someone standing in the middle of the square. It's too dark to make it out. What is that? Once he got used to the darkness, David could just barely make out a figure. There's someone tied to a pillar, and there's a lot of firewood below them. I don't understand. David took a single step forward. Yep, this is typical French stuff going on. Suddenly a man came out of the shadows, throwing a lit torch into a pile of wood. Ah! The pained scream of a woman came from the flames. The pile of wood instantly burst into flames as if they were coated in oil. There was a person amidst the fire, a young woman. Tied to the pillar, she was unable to escape the flames. She could only writhe in pain. She was being burned at the stake. Yep, typical French goings on at the moment. David witnessed the grisly scene in a daze. When he came back to his senses, hundreds of people were surrounding this blazing pillar, all shouting together. Death to the witch! Death to the witch! Death to the witch! Death to the witch! Death to David. Their words felt like a curse. Death to the witch? The witch hunts. France, burning at the stake. No way, is she Joan of Arc? Am I in the past? No, it can't be. David felt like he had lost his mind. They're way too agitated. I can't stay here, I need to run. David took a step back, attempting to run away. At that very moment, the entire crowd turned his way. Damn it, they noticed me! David had never felt so terrified before. I have to find somewhere to hide, I don't care where. Yeah, it's got weird, hasn't it? It's got pretty weird already. As I said before, I found this very compelling when Trap was playing it, so I'm really interested to see what happens at the moment. David kept running from the crazed crowd. The path ahead split in two. Oh god. Right, so save game. Yes. The feels when I accidentally walked into historic creation. What's up, Cyber Angel? Right, so we got a choice here, and I get a feeling we might game over in one of them, so we'll take the left one first. Actually, that did save it, didn't I? So yes, slot 2 save. Yeah, so the translation actually adds a quality of life in that you can save it to the primary data disk, but it gives you up to 9 save slots, which is really nice. Oh, what's up, Trap? Speaking of. So, eeny, meeny, miny. Let's go left. The crazed screams echoed everywhere surrounding him. He took the path on the right going downhill. David kept running. David, my dude, you really need to lay off the booze and get some therapy. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't get away from their yells. The path ahead split in two. Take the path going down. Hey Trap, yes, as I was saying before, when I was watching you playing this, I actually really wanted to play this myself, so thank you very much for fucking showcasing this game the last week. It's so good so far, it's super interesting. Take the path going down, I guess? He was unable to get any distance from the crowd. He was terrified. David took the path to the right and kept running. It's so good so far. He was at a crossroads. He could still hear the crowd behind him. David had to make a choice and fast. Take the path going forward, I guess? Feels like this is going around in circles. So the path curved to the right and went uphill. David had no choice but to keep running. Path head split in two. David was at a loss. David was at a loss as to which path to take. Go up. There was an L-shaped turn ahead. David took it without even looking behind. David kept running from the crazed crowd. The path ahead split in two. Forward? Yeah, we're just going in any direction here. Crazed screams echoed everywhere, surrounding him. He took the path on the right, going downhill. David kept running. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't get away from their yells. The path ahead split in two. Go right? Yeah, it seems like it's going all sorts of different directions, but we've got another split here. The path ahead split into three. The sound of the crowd's footsteps drilled into David's head. He had to make a choice before it was too late. What's up, Klubers? Forward. I think that... Yeah, I get the feeling that that three-way split is where you need to be. Let's go up. L-shaped turn ahead. Yeah, so this is going to send us back to... Take the path going forward. Yeah. Took the path on the right going downhill. David kept running. So this should get us to the... two. So go right here. Path ahead split into three. Yeah, so this is the next point. It's Splatterhouse 3. Not quite though. Let's go up. Probably down, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so take the path going... Curved left and went downhill. David kept running. Yeah, we're running around in circles here. David split into yes, so we'll go left, maybe? Split to three. Ah, so let's go down. Oh, cool. Sounds good. He was at a crossroads. He could still hear the crowd behind him. David had to make a choice and fast. Crossroads. Down? David took the path going downhill and kept running before the crowd could reach him. Press any key. Ah, we found it. Good. Press any key to start reading data from CD-ROM. This must be the next section then. Please no trip. Fall over into the river. Yeah, this is pretty interesting so far. I've only played like the first hour or so of it, but yeah, absolutely enjoying the setting and everything so far. Yeah, so it's just gotta write the next part of the scenario to disk. Scripted bathroom break time. Hell yeah. Oh god. That's pretty good. I like the way that they've handled everything actually. It's really interesting. Like when I first saw you playing this, I didn't even think it was PC-88. It didn't look like it. But honestly, it's really good what they've done with it so far. It's also nice that someone picked it up to translate it, because this would have been one of those fucking buried games if it wasn't. And stuff like this I'm always interested in, because you know, interesting setting, compelling storyline. Gameplay is not too complicated. It's like very streamlined for a text adventure as well, which is pretty nice. Here we go. What is that? Is that a dark alleyway? I think it is. At the end of the slope, you reached a square. There was something placed in its center. However, it was not the same square from earlier. Yeah, said a lot of translations I've come across so far have been kind of hit and miss. There's been like high quality ones like for example, and there've been some shit ones like the Dead of the Brain. So it's very hit and miss depending on what who's been translating it. But this one seems to be very high quality. Like as I was mentioning before, they've even put in some like quality of life changes as well into the game. Like you don't even need a separate save disk anymore, which is super nice. And it's actually you know, the font is actually quite readable as well, which is really nice as well. Like one of the more higher quality translations that's out there. It's a game that's very well, very unknown as well, which is pretty good. There's something here too. It's not another stake, is it? What is it? Oh, it's a guillotine. After a closer look, he realized it was not a stake, it was a guillotine, a device for executions. A guillotine? There's nobody in there. Are they going to kill someone soon? Yes, you! Right behind David, a man answered his question. Startled, David turned around. There was a man in dark, wearing priestly garments. This guy. Who are you? Inquisitor. Heretic. Tonight you should be judged by God. Why, you ask? You know the answer very well. At his words, countless people emerged from the shadows. He was surrounded. There's so many of them. Why do you want me to die so badly? I get it, this is a dream, I just have to wake up. There was no escape. Right then, David felt something happening inside his body. Ah, my head, it hurts. I feel like I'm burning. Something exploded inside of him, and then he was assaulted by an incredibly pleasant feeling as he felt his consciousness fade away. Weirdness is happening. Before completely losing consciousness, David saw him. A man had grabbed the Inquisitor. The man then dragged the Inquisitor towards the guillotine. That man had the same face as David's. Was it all a dream? No! Don't do it! David placed the Inquisitor's head on the block. The Inquisitor was trapped in the device. Seeing the Inquisitor's face contorted by fear, David started laughing. And chop. And then the blade dropped down. Extremely slowly for a guillotine, but yeah. Chunk! That was pretty good. I like that. That was actually pretty good. Critical hit. Was that a dream, though? The moment the Inquisitor's head parted from his body, David's eyes jerked open. He was feeling terribly confused and scared. It was a dream. This time I saw a woman sentenced to death, a guillotine. Even another me. I'm really losing it. Yeet! Get shanked. Now back to his senses, he realized he was in his hotel room. How the fuck did he get back? Both his pajama and the bed were drenched in sweat. Now that he was aware it was all a dream, he started feeling a different kind of dread. David sat on the bed and glanced at his watch. Or was it? Yeah, buddy, therapy, now! Shit's fucked up. It's still 3 AM. I was hoping these nightmares wouldn't follow me all the way to Paris. My body feels heavy. Maybe it's the nightmare. I'm not getting enough sleep. Yes, they do, yeah. David took a beer from the cooler, drank it in one gulp, and went back to sleep. The next morning, David gasped with what he saw on TV. It was enough to make his skin crawl. What happened on TV, like? News was talking about a grisly discovery in front of the Cathedral of Rouen. A priest had been found dead, with the head removed from the body. Oh! Okay! Typical stuff going on in France, apparently. Missing head had been reportedly found impaled on the minute hand of the Gros Horloge. The Gros Horloge? The astronomical clock of Rouen. Or was it? Yula Epsilon, what's up? Head. The hands of the Gros Horloge were struck at 3 o'clock. Gros Horloge. Rome was known as the town where Joan of Arc had been buried at the stake. David felt like he was seeing a continuation of his dream. Okay, this is getting pretty weird. The members of Alino Vision left the hotel and got on the bus they had reserved. Joan of Arc movie? The bus was headed for their first concert hall, Karnak. It passed through Le Mans, the town known for the eponymous 24 hours race, making way for the town of Rennes in Brittany. I've been to Rennes! That's where Stunfest is held. Oh god. In order to stave off boredom, they decided to play cards to pass the time. Get a load of this, 3 of a kind. One book. Full House. If it spoke. Chopin. Flush. Got a spade flush. Are they cheating? Fucking 3 superpowered hands. Bam, beat. Susanna Allen, what do you guys have? Oh. Yeah, it does sound very familiar. Check this out, I've got a straight flush. Look at this cheating. They are blatantly rigged, aren't they? Fucking straight flush. Straight flush, come on, man. What she got? Royal flush? No, 2 pair. I only have 2 pair. Yeah, they're blatantly haxing, aren't they? You again, Alan. You're way too good at this. Are you cheating or something? Yes. Don't be a sore loser, Andrew. I'm just that good. That's all. But what a pair. Damn it. I'm gonna win next, you'll see. Ha. Your turn to shuffle, Susanna. Okay. Right. That's enough games for me. David couldn't focus on the game. He was still thinking of the death of the poor priest and how it felt like a continuation of his dream. David stopped playing and looked outside the window. Worried, Susanna called out to him. What's the matter, David? You look down. Would you like to talk to me about it? It's nothing, just thinking of this bad dream I had. David forced himself to laugh. Yeah, that's repeating. You look pale. What kind of dream was it? David saw both curiosity and concern in Susanna's eyes. The bus drove by a grass-covered plain. David thought that talking to someone about his dream could make him feel better. And so he did. Before long, the rest of the band had stopped playing cards and listened intently to David's tale. That's some nightmare, alright. This has to be about Claire. Don't let it get to you, David. For real? Maybe David has some kind of precognitive dream or something. Maybe. Come to think of it, they were talking about a murder in Rouen this morning. I think it was a priest or a monk. David looked outside the window, barely listening to what they were saying. What the fuck? What the? Suddenly aliens? He saw a knight clad in white armor riding a white horse chasing after them. David thought to himself, a white knight on a horse? Wait, I can see through them. Is it a ghost? David did a double take, but when he looked again he could only see a car and not the white knight. David mumbled to himself, a car? Then I was just imagining things. Dullahan, yeah. Fucking headless horseman. What was that, David? Did something happen? Suzanne had heard David's mumbling. No, it's nothing. Martin is right. I haven't recovered from Claire's passing yet. Feeling? It'll be a while before we reach Karnak. Are you ready? Are you going to be okay? Excuse me. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be fine after I catch a few Z's. Andrew's book. Susanna, let David sleep and come over to play. These cards aren't going to shuffle themselves. Alright, alright. Let him doze off in the back. The bus continued its journey towards Karnak. The card David'd seen had actually belonged to Clark and Vince. Oh, so it's the detectives, is it? Our boys are headed for Karnak. Chief, did you see the news this morning? Hey, up France's a dangerous place too, huh? Yeah, you're damn right. You think Vision's involved in that whole mess? For some reason people just seem to die around them. Yeah, Clark and Vince are pretty cool. Who knows, Rouen was the opposite way of their destination and they don't look like the kind of guys who'd meet up with a priest. Clark couldn't see any clear connection. After passing through Vannes, a must-see town when passing through Brittany, they finally reached the destination, Karnak. Karnak is home to the eponymous stones, a collection of prehistorical standing stones called menhirs. Vision was going to start their European tour by performing on a stage set up in the middle of them. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. In the middle of nowhere as well though, fucking Ren. Loading. Vision live in France. This is pretty good, I like this. Music video. Or did we advance this? Did we? We had a gesture of impatience. Are these lyrics? Yeah, I think so. And sighed gloomily at me. She said, it's a crime to have to work so hard. Doesn't look fun at all. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I think so too, but I just laugh it off. Yeah, this must be lyrics. I'm a puppet of society. Just gonna dance today. I want to do something different each and every day. He's got a check shirt on. Not much for a rock band, does he? Have stage costumes or something. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I like how they presented this. Grab a guitar. What's up, Highwinds? Good evening. She asks so many things of me. I feel as if I'd make a mistake. I would have a guitar, but I'm in the bath. But there's no reason why. I should do as she says. Yeah! Is this Depeche Mode? Probably. What's up, Woody Salman? You'll have to work much harder. You'll get in trouble tonight. I feel down again. Yeah, this is like music video style. It's really cool. I want to do something different each and every day. Depeche Mode, yeah. Also, beware of flashing lights. Strobe alert. Yeah, they used like character famous people for character portraits. It's pretty cool. And I think a lot of this is taken from like some of Depeche Mode stuff as well, though. Oh, this is so cool. This is actually so cool. We're in Gate Crasher. Yeah, even presented like a music video as well with the fucking credits at the bottom. Yeah, it even has karaoke, which is pretty cool. Yeah, David Astley is quite an interesting name. Like, and I was just saying before, it's a shame he wasn't called Rick because that would have been hilarious. That was pretty cool. I like that. Nice little intermission. The group headed straight for their hotel in Vannes. The Anne de Bretagne. Anne de Bretagne. After renting a room, they regrouped and had a toast to celebrate the success of their concert. They still hadn't recovered from all of the excitement. Great job, guys. You were great on stage. Yeah, that was one of our best performances. I don't know, should we really go all out this early on our tour? Alan didn't actually seem to mean what he had said. It'll be just fine, Alan. Let's keep this up all the way. Damn right. I'm feeling great, forget about those stupid dreams. If I'm knackered, I'm calling it a day. There's no way I'm having any dreams when I'm this tired, right? Sounds good, get some rest, David. In fact, I'm following your example. Time to all go crash like old people. Good night, David. Good night. They were all tired after the first concert of their tour. One after the other, they retired to their rooms. Loading. Once he entered his room, David went straight to bed. He was exhausted after the concert, and it didn't take long before he was drifting off. It had been a long time since David had last slept so soundly. But then he was awakened by a loud noise. Huh? What was that? What was that noise? Whatever it was, it came from outside the window. I hope we're on like the 3rd or 4th floor or something. I swear I heard some horse hooves. His room was on the 5th floor. There was simply no way he should have been able to hear the hooves of a horse from outside the window. soon as David approached the window, a white horse kicked the window open and entered the room. Okay. The glass of the window was shattered. The curtains swayed in the wind coming from outside. Fucking what's going on? Help! A medieval knight clad in white armor sat atop the horse, glaring at David. David was completely speechless. Look at the white knight. The horse took one step towards David. I'm gonna save it here just in case. Yes. Listen to the white knight. The knight didn't appear to have anything to say. Who the hell are you? How did you come from the window? So looking will probably make him approach us, yeah. Horse takes another step forward, does he? The knight inched closer. Somehow his armor made no noise. What do you want from me? You just can't barge in someone's room and then give them the silent treatment. Well, given that he smashed your window open on the 5th floor, I think there's more to be concerned about than that. Yeah, there's a chalice on the shield. There is a head. Either that or it's just a helmet. Yeah, the helmet's open, but you can't see inside. It's probably a ghost rider. Listen to the white knight. The knight didn't appear to have anything to say. Yeah, every time we look at him, he approaches us. Oh, you approaching me? The knight moved to David's side without uttering a word and started taking off his armor. Who are you? David looked at the knight's face. He felt he had seen that face before. The knight didn't appear to have anything to say, so... No way, you? As soon as he made his realization, the knight drew the sword and thrust through David's chest. Rip. Honestly, these nightmares are weird as fuck. Seriously. Just as he thought his life was over, David found himself in his bed, still alive. Where? It was another dream. A white knight on a white horse. I'm sure I saw the knight's face. Damn it, I can't remember. David looked at the window. The horse had kicked it open, but it was intact now. No shards of glass on the floor. Just another dream. I was hoping I'd be too tired to dream, but I wouldn't be so lucky, would I? They feel more and more real every damn time. David touched his chest, where the sword pierced him in his dream. Ow! But that was just a dream, why does it hurt? David looked at his chest. There was a vivid red mark like a bruise. David thought to himself that he was probably still dreaming and rolled back into his bed. Infinite dream loop. This is Inception, isn't it? Clearly. Inception before Inception. When he woke up the following morning, David noticed the mark on his chest and wondered if he wasn't still in one of his dreams. He took a shower, but that didn't help his mood. However, David decided he shouldn't worry the other guys with his problems, so he put on a brave face and entered the lobby. Okay, cool, thanks for that, Trap. Should I save before that letter bit then? Or let's save at the letter bit then? And that way we can actually do something with it. Andrew, Martin and Susanna were already in the lobby having a coffee. Good morning. Hey David, looks like Alan is still sleeping. So how's it going? Had a good night? Guess you had a good night, huh? You don't look tired at all. David, I came up with a good song while you were sleeping yesterday. You gotta listen to it later. Yeah, that's repeating. Yeah, cool. I've been doing that anyway, just in case. I'm gonna have to start putting them on different save slots though, but yeah. I've been saving whenever there's been specific choices, just in case. I mean, for the first 2 or 3 I haven't, but after this I'll be saving them on different save slots, just to be absolutely sure. Got it. David felt pathetic in comparison, worrying about his dreams while the others worked so hard. Alan finally came into the lobby after 1 hour later. He seemed to be in a pretty bad mood. Sheesh, Alan, you look like crap. Forget about the stupid concert. I had a terrible nightmare. David's heart skipped a beat at Alan's words. What kind of nightmare? His voice was hoarse. What kind of nightmare? We were performing at one of our lives, and I had a solo part coming up, but I couldn't remember a single word. It was totally nerve-wracking, man. Completely different to David's nightmare. Makes me wonder what the rest of us would do if the sound went out. So what happened next? I was sweating like crazy. Then I finally woke up. Man, what a relief. I think your nightmares rubbed off on me. David pretended to laugh, but he was feeling very uneasy about the situation. As luck would have it, they were having the second concert today, so he wouldn't have any time to really dwell on the matter. It's almost time for the last performance in Karnak. David was feeling well, and the rest of the band was in a good mood. Recollect, guys, we're looking at a 2-day trip after tonight. How are you feeling, David? I'm feeling great, thanks to you. Kind of. Let's go, David. The band headed for the stage. Excuse me. So they performed their second live. They were full of energy just like the day before. Oh, excuse me. When their song began, the whole audience started jumping in excitement. It's Gatecrasher, isn't it? Amongst the audience, there were the 2 detectives who had followed them from London. Looking completely out of place, might I add. What the hell is this crap? They can't be taking this music seriously. Showing your age there, Clark. This is great, Chief! Woohoo! Showing your age, Vince. It seemed that Alina Vision had gained a new fan. Bah, I hate this. That music was too much for Clark. He was getting restless. Maybe you're just too old, Chief. You don't get it. That's so. Yeah, maybe I'm too old for this. I was gonna give you a nice bonus check after this job, but I'm gonna need it myself more. Come on, Chief, you're as fit as a fiddle. Never too old to party. Clark and Vince tailed Susanna all the way to the venue. Excluding Clark, everyone present was jumping up in excitement. The performance had been another success. After the concert, the band returned to the hotel. In the lobby, Susanna approached David. Good work out there, David. You were great today. Yeah, that's repeating. Thanks, I have been feeling better today. You must be tired. Oh, this reminds me, I have just the thing. Pills. These vitamin pills are almost miraculous. Take them and you'll definitely have a good night. Drugs! Just like every rock band. Just drop the save. Yeah, probably don't need it. Just gonna drop one anyway. Sounds great. I'll definitely try. David thanks Susanna for her kindness. Drugs. Drugs, what face. David took the pills Susanna gave him and he was able to sleep well without a single nightmare. Their stay in Karnak had ended in success. The reviews have been positive and they were expecting higher ticket sales for their future performances. Nice. Okay, cool. So, next part of the scenario. Yeah, these dreams have been trippy as fuck though so far. I'm not surprised he's like wondering what the hell's going on. Feels amazing, man. God. Seems like it's picking up though, which is pretty good. Yeah, I think for the most part the start has been actually very interesting. They've gotten straight into it, like from the very beginning. There's no like lulls or anything like that. So you're kind of left wondering what's going on throughout the entire storyline rather than halfway through it. Grapefruit juice. Seeking? Yeah, I can see the floppy disk lights. Yeah, the pace has been very good so far. Instead, a lot of text adventures tend to start off very, very slowly and pick up in the middle, whereas this has started off really quickly and it's just continuing on with that pace like straight away. And so you're always left questioning what's going on. Actually pretty good, especially with the nightmares as well. You're not really sure if it's real or not. And I think for the most part we're starting to get the feeling that it is somewhat real. At least for one or two of the situations that he's been in. The next morning the band boarded the bus and departed for their following destination, Tours. Said the sound design as well is really good in this. Like, the music, the sound effects, they do actually contribute a lot to the atmosphere of the game. The bus departed from Van and made for Nantes, leaving Brittany. Possibly due to their recent success, the band members were busy chatting and didn't feel the need to play cards to pass the time. Still can't believe we're actually performing in France. We were awesome last night. Remind me again, who was that guy who was freaking out because he had a bad dream about forgetting the lyrics? That was a stupid dream anyway. The moment we stepped onto the stage, it was completely out of my mind. Yes, I know. I know batteries. Yeah, I think it's quieter in emulator a little bit, but yeah, the sound design is really good in this. Instead, this is like the first proper game I've actually experienced from the studio, so I'll be kind of keen to see what else is out there. I mean, if this is like the first one I've played, then they've got to have some really good ones on their list, right? To be honest, we all have had that kind of dream from time to time. Is that it? The bus gets to Tours by tonight. We'll have a couple of days all to ourselves. Get 2 days off. We should really do some sightseeing. David got to visit Paris by night. Or at least he did in his dreams. What is that supposed to mean? You don't get to go on a trip around Europe every day. I'd like to see some famous landmarks in the real world, not in a dream. Count me out. I'm going to use these 2 days to come up with a new song. Workaholic. What do you say? I don't know. I don't really care about a bunch of old places. What do you say? This is my first big job, so I think I'm going to use the time to get some rest. Well, so everyone's going to do their own thing and leave him to his own devices, I guess. Andrew and Alan load their seats, resting. Must have been tired from their last performance. Martin, meanwhile, had taken out the guitar and was arranging a new song. Yeah, I might have to check them out. I mean, even if the Textractor works on them, it should be fine, I guess. I do have the copy of the PC-88 emulator that Anne uses for Textractor, so we can use that if need be. If they're on 98, then that's even better. But I just need to check to see. But yeah, I'll check those out because I said this being the first one that I've played from the studio, it's actually really good. So I'm very keen to see what else they've got out there. Have to check those out. David looked outside the window while listening to the sound of Martin's guitar. The bus was approaching a large rocky mountain. A significant number of people could be seen on its top. Okay. Very cultist stuff going on here and there in France. Like typical France goings on. David forgot when he got off the bus. He was climbing the mountain. Oh, here we go. How and when did he get off the bus, is the question. The man climbing the mountain was not the same David who had been on the bus. His face and his clothes were different. However, his consciousness had become David's. Like an astral projection, is it? David brushed many people aside and kept climbing his way up. David could no longer hear the sound of Martin's guitar. He could only hear the wind blowing past his ears. A few words were going through David's mind. They finally come. This shall be the final battle. Then he yelled, I shall perform the final ritual. Prepare yourselves. Before he could realize it, David had become an archmage of an ancient civilization. His people raised their hands, yelling in excitement. For the last 100 years, David's clan had been under attack by the northern tribes. They had been cornered down below this mountain. The ritual he was performing would bestow them incredible power at the cost of their lives. However, they had no other way to oppose the might of the northern tribes. But if we must all die, then we shall take down as many of them as we can, he thought. I said rock and roll, this is genocide, yeah, clearly. They all knew this would be their final stand, and yet they kept cheering on David, the great mage, as he completed the ritual. I'm not saying that, by the way. David began chanting his spell. Unlimited blade works. Man, this is some weird stuff going on in the first half, like. As if answering to the spell, the altar burst into flames. Who summoned Ifrit? Yeah, clearly. The drums beat in time with the spell. Their monotone rhythm was almost hypnotic. Additional instruments came after the drums. Everyone present entered a trance, dancing with a violent energy. Look at the people in the front with fangs. I only just saw that there. Person in the bottom left corner with like sharp teeth. Might just be the way the image is being compressed. Looks pretty good though. When their excitement had reached its peak, everything went silent. They all stopped dancing. David raised his head to the heavens and screamed. They followed his example, uttering savage shouts at David. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and blocked the sun, seemingly reacting to David's spell. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky. And then, seemingly on cue, the northern tribes launched their attack. His people had lost any fear of death. They put up a great resistance against their mighty enemy, however they were all falling one by one. Thunderous dark clouds gathered behind the enemy's side, possibly reacting to David's deathly enchantment. The wind started blowing and spinning into a terrible tornado. Like an anteater attacking a colony, the enemy soldiers were swallowed by the tornado, their shrieks echoing throughout the air. It's not Ifrit, it's Garuda. David raised his head to the heavens, mumbling to himself. The ritual is reaching its final stage. David watched in satisfaction as the tornado swallowed one enemy soldier after another. He fell to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. As he turned around, the last thing David could see was a large man swinging his axe towards his head. Probably Electro. This is most definitely a recurring thing though, this particular scene here. So did he just pass out, I guess, or fall asleep or something? Because it can't be astral projection, right? Yeah, he's still in the bus. As he screamed, he realized he was no longer a shaman. He was still in the bus. He must have fallen asleep while looking outside the window and ended up having another weird dream. What's up, Stiller Carl? The others were also sleeping at the time, but they were awakened by David's scream. David, what's wrong? What happened, David? Did you have another nightmare? You're not looking good. Okay, you're as pale as a ghost. Susanna, you got any more of those pills? Sorry, I made you all worry. I'm fine now. Pills here! What's that from again? I keep forgetting. Do you need sleeping pills? Susanna handed David the same pill she gave him the other day. Oh, Left 4 Dead, that's right. Thanks. Grabbing pills! Jeez man, that must have been one hell of a nightmare. You're damn right it was one hell of a nightmare. They tried to cheer David up, but after a while they reclined their seats and went back to sleep. Under the effect of the pills, David slept as the bus passed through Angers. In its castle there is a magnificent tapestry depicting the apocalypse as told in the Book of Revelation. Sorry, you had a nightmare. Here's some drugs! The bus finally arrived to the city of Tours, where they would be performing next, rather. They were in the middle of the Loire region, famous for its many ancient castles. The band would be staying at the Hotel d'Orléans. That night, they would have 2 days off. The band members, excluding Susanna, were gathered in Alan's room, drinking beer and having a good time. There was some kind of late night show on TV, but Martin was the only one among them who could speak French. Well, we made it to Tours. Time to celebrate. Cheers! Here's to a great concert. This can's empty. Give me another one, would you? Spoken like a true alcoholic. How many did you have, Alan? You're gonna spend your day off with a hangover. David gave a big yawn. You okay, David? I don't think you're getting enough rest. Yeah, clearly not. I think I've had enough beer. I'm going to my room to get some sleep. You better get some rest before you get sick, mate. David left the room. His friends seem to be doing well, probably thanks to sleeping in the bus. Oh, it's past midnight. We should probably call it a day. Hey Martin, I heard there's some old castles here near Tor. Any cool one you'd recommend? Like how they flipped his portrait though. I don't know about cool, but there's the castle of... what's it? Azay de la Redille, or the castle of Amboise. Huh? Alan, turn the volume up. Martin noticed the TV was reporting about some kind of incident in Karnak. Uh-oh. Holy crap, they're saying a tornado struck the place where we had our concert, just after we left. It blew the stage away and all. Seemingly a tornado struck the location of the stage as it was being dismantled, causing 2 workers to fall to their deaths and a large number of injured. What the hell? Martin translated the news report from French. It seemed like the following day would not be a good one, whether due to a hangover or from sleep deprivation. It's weird as hell that they just flipped the portrait art for both sides though. That's the first thing I noticed. That's weird though, fucking tornado hitting the stage back in Karnak though. David went back to his room to sleep. He was feeling uneasy because the dream world and the real world were becoming increasingly hard to tell apart. No shit, Sherlock. At the very least, he knew that nothing would actually happen to him if he were to die in his nightmares. You've missed a fair bit, Lumia. It's actually super interesting, this game. Really, really cool. And so far, we've had quite a lot of people die in our nightmares, even though we're not sure how we're currently causing them. A dream is a dream. He was different from his dream self. If he thought of his dreams as movies where he was the main character, he might be able to actually enjoy them. He wouldn't be scared any longer. With that thought, he was able to relax and fall asleep. Yeah, this game's super cool, actually. Before he knew it, David was standing alone in a filthy corner of a stone street. Look at the streets. There were no lights outside and no moon in sight, and yet the streets was dimly lit. None of the houses along the way had a door facing the street. Okay, this is a weird place. Where am I? Dream worlds are supposed to be more magical. It's a straight VN. It's like, well, it's a text adventure, but it's like super weird, this text adventure. It's like really, really cool. So the story is like extremely compelling, even from the very beginning. It kicks off, and it's just continued like that all the way through. I feel like I've seen this before. Of course, I'm in a dream. There's nothing to be afraid of. Let's take a walk around. Right, so I'm gonna check a save here. Okay, let's consider the situation first. Yeah, that's repeating. And that's repeating. Let's walk through the stone streets. There was a fork in the road. Look at the streets. Street goes up and one goes right. Okay, consider the situation. I feel like I've seen this place before, but I just can't remember. Take the path going up. Took the path going up. Look at the streets. Along the straight road, fortune teller signs line the houses, left and right. Apparently every single house was a fortune teller shop. What is this place? Fortune teller town? Walk through the stone streets. David felt something strange as he walked along the street. A fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the right side, speaking in a sullen tone. What the hell is that? Welcome, Devil King. Huh? David was left speechless. What is this place? Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Welcome, Devil King. The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with an irritating smirk. Why are you calling me Devil King? What is this place? Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me Devil King? Yeah, he's just gonna repeat that, isn't he? David decided to ignore all that nonsense and go on ahead. You're gonna be dreaming about the Devil King later, Clubers. David kept walking along the path. A fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the left side, speaking in a spiteful tone. Look at that face. That's a good face. That's a quality face. That needs a screenshot, by the way. Yeah, because it's the game is based off CD, so it streams a lot of the information off CD to a disc and then runs that from a disc. So it doesn't have the usual PC-88 look. It actually looks super cool. That's why it's like one of the more interesting games on the system. Here you are, you heretical demon. What is this place? Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me demon? Fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with a grave expression. David decided to ignore all that nonsense and go on ahead. Some weird shit is happening right now, isn't it? David kept walking along the path. Who the hell's this? A fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the right side, speaking in a sullen tone. Welcome, Devil King. What is this place? Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me Devil King? Welcome, Devil King. The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with an irritating smirk. It's a different person this time, though. David decided to ignore all that nonsense and go on ahead. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. David kept walking along the path. Are we back to Beyond? Not quite, though. There's another one. What the hell is that? I mean, it's a head, but what the hell just appeared with the head? The fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the left side, speaking in a spiteful tone. Here you are, you heretical demon. What is this place? Who are you? Do you know me? My name is David. Who are you? Why are you calling me demon? The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with a grave expression. This is probably going to keep going, isn't it? David decided to ignore all that nonsense and go on ahead. Either that or we have to speak to one of them repeatedly before anything happens. Never mind! David kept walking along the path. Where's the nearest McDonald's? Wait! The fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the right side, speaking in a sullen tone. Welcome, Devil King. We keep speaking to him and see what happens. Welcome, Devil King. The fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with an irritating smirk. Welcome, Devil King. I want a Mac exorcism. What if these are his friends? You never know. David decided to ignore all that nonsense and go on ahead. We're like just walking all the way, aren't we? I wonder what happens if we took the right path. Would it be the same thing? David kept walking along the path. The fortune teller came out of one of the houses on the left side, speaking in a spiteful tone. Here you are, you heretical demon. Fortune teller just keeps repeating the same words with a grave expression. Does he? We just keep speaking and see what happens. Yeah, it's just repeating. I don't think anything's gonna happen. It might just keep going until we actually hit like a certain amount of these. Like now, perhaps? Yeah, it's probably happening now. It's taking a bit of time to load. With a sense of dread, David turned around and realized the street behind him was an endless line of fortune teller shops. What the hell? Didn't I just walk through here? Stricken by fear, David looked in front of him. That street was also lined with countless fortune teller shops. No way, this street too? Ah, someone help! The voice of the fortune tellers came from all directions, overlapping each other, hitting David like a storm. David felt the sound pressure was crushing him. Can't be the UK be an endless line of hairdressers and charity shops, yeah. Finally he collapsed while covering his ears. Stop it! Stop it! And then suddenly he wakes up. Yep. When he woke up, he could still feel a ringing inside his head. Damn it, I feel like my head is gonna crack open. What a nightmare. David began to cry. Though he was finally back to normal, David felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Okay. Ow! Looking closely, he realized he had a bruise on his left shoulder, just like the one he had in his chest. Thinking back, he realized that when David, the shaman, was hit by that axe, he'd felt a sharp pain on his left shoulder. David was starting to feel terribly uneasy. Something absurd, something he couldn't explain was happening to him. I fucking love games like this, it's so good. David walked to Susanna's room and knocked, but there was no answer. He must be sleeping. I'll just have to make do without them. David returned to his room and forced himself to sleep. At that moment, Clark and Vince stopped their car in front of the hotel. Hey! It's the detectives. Looks like nothing's happening tonight either. You would think. That was a close one, Chief. What if that tornado had struck during the concert? I still can't believe that actually happened. Radio News said it was a local thing and came up and disappeared right after. Vince could fluently speak Vince could fluently speak French, German, Chinese, as well as the language of his second home, Japanese. Weird incidents happen wherever these guys go. I have a bad feeling about this whole thing. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Why don't we just go back then? They haven't been doing anything suspicious. You know what's your problem, Vince? You have no patience. Where's your passion? Chief, look! A woman walked out of the hotel, running with small, quick steps. We're just performing Sandstorm. It's Susanna Ling. She's on the move. Let's tail her. Maybe she's going shopping? At this time of night, maybe? What you gonna buy in the middle of the night, you dunce? Let's follow her. Got it. They entered their car and drove slowly, tailing Susanna. She's walking as fast as she can without being too conspicuous. She's probably going to take a cab at one point. Makes sense. A young lady shouldn't be taking a stroll in the middle of the night. These are dangerous times, especially in France. Don't get it, we're in the middle of the night, she's basically running off somewhere. If she wanted to take a cab, she'd be better off waiting somewhere well lit. I know, right? She could have just called a taxi service from the hotel. That's it, Vince. She must be meeting someone. Someone she's not supposed to be seen with. Chief, she's entered an alley. The car can't go in there. Did you notice this? We'll have to keep tailing her on foot. Hurry! Wait, Chief. I can't get the seatbelt off. God, you're an idiot. God. By the time Clark and Vince entered the alley, Susanna was already gone. They couldn't even hear her footsteps. They ran down the alley. In some way off in the sticks French town. Once they came out to the street, there was nobody in sight. They could only see the lights of the cars passing by. We lost her! Where was she going anyway? This is so weird. This alley is one straight path. No curves, no forks. How did we lose her? Ling's mysterious outing only added more fuel to Clark's doubts about the case. Yeah, something sus about Susanna. Very, very sus. Sus Anna. Trying to forget his last nightmare, David started working with Martin to write the lyrics for their new song. How do we call this song? I was thinking prayers. David's suggestion might have been born from his desire to escape from his nightmares. I like it. It gives it that mystical vibe. Yeah, it's perfect. Let's go with that. You know where Susanna is? I overslept, so I guess I missed her this morning. You mentioned having to make arrangements for tomorrow's concert and left. It was around 9 o'clock. Did you need her for something? That's reading? No, not really. It's just that I'm going to check out one of those castles with Andrew later. I figured I'd ask if she wanted to come with us. Castles, huh? Nothing bad could ever happen in that. At that moment, Susanna was walking in the city, tailed by Detective Clark and his assistant Vince. Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Chief? She's just taking a nice stroll. Yeah, really? From what I could learn, she's supposed to make arrangements for the band's next concert. Why didn't she take a cab? Because it's nicer to walk, maybe? Why are we tailing her if we already know where she's going, Chief? It makes sense during the night, but now? That's just how it is. We've been asked to investigate her, and we don't have anything solid to report. We can't take it easy. Susanna was walking leisurely, as if she was having a good time shopping. Yeah, we can't really say that she gave us the slip when we tailed her last night, huh? It's just how it is. We've been asked to investigate her, and we don't have anything solid to report. We can't take it easy. Yeah, this is repeating. Observe Susanna's movement. Though she was in the shopping district, Susanna did not seem interested in buying anything. She was simply walking around, glancing at her wristwatch from time to time. Yeah, it's repeating. Okay. She keeps checking the time. Is she waiting for someone? She's making arrangements for a concert. She's probably meeting a promoter. Observe. Susanna started walking again. After seemingly confirming the sign outside, Susanna walked into a cafe. Excuse me. Let's follow her, Vince. Yes, let's. After confirming that Susanna took a seat at one of the tables in the back, Clark sat at one of the nearby tables. While Clark was drinking his coffee, a middle-aged man approached Susanna. After a brief greeting, he sat at her table. It's a man. Obviously. Susanna and the middle-aged man started talking in a hushed tone. Clark and Vince couldn't hear their conversation. Doesn't look like a promoter. Looks more like the president of a bank, or the CEO of a big company. Your hunches are usually right, so let's assume this guy has nothing to do with music. Damn it, I can't hear what they're saying. Sit closer. That means it's not something they want people to hear. I'm starting to think Our Lady does have something to hide. Yeah, that's repeating. With their conversation seemingly over, Susanna said goodbye to the middle-aged man and left the table. Vince, did you see that? He gave her something as she was leaving. No, I never took my eyes off them and I didn't notice anything. Are you sure you didn't imagine that, Chief? Yeah. Once Susanna left the store, the middle-aged man left the table. Okay. We have to split up, Vince. You follow the man and find out who he is. I'll keep tailing our girl. Alright. Clark left the store and followed Susanna. Whatever it is she had been given, it was something she couldn't obtain publicly, and that was bothering him. Susanna's cab left her in front of a building with a sign that read, Elephant Entertainment. She went inside. She's probably not going to leave for a while. Here's hoping Vince can find some good stuff about that man. Clark concluded that he shouldn't expect to find out anything else by tailing Susanna. Meanwhile, David and Andrew were on a sightseeing tour of the old castles of Loire. They considered getting on a tourist bus, but since they wanted to be able to get back at a moment's notice, they decided to take a cab to one of the castles Andrew saw in a book. Chill music. Oh, a nice castle. After about 1 hour, they arrived at the castle of Azay-le-Rideau, near the river Indre. That's a sus castle. Look at that, it's amazing. Look at the castle. The castle was picturesque. It was erected on a small island in the middle of the river. It was a breathtaking sight. Dr. West Mansion. It's got a drawbridge and all. How cool is that? It's like the first time you've seen a French castle, is it? It says here the castle is best seen from the outside. Apparently the rooms are all closed to the public. Well, that's a bit of a waste of time, wasn't it? 1 hour to get there and you can't even get in. There's a lot of castles in the Loire. But I really like this one. It's like it came out of a fairy tale. I think this is a great change of pace. David and Andrew relaxed for a while near the old castle, eating an ice cream. Then they took a cab to the next castle in their tour. Before Andrew could mention their next stop, David ended up telling the driver to go to the castle of Chinon. Castle of Chinon, eh? I thought you didn't know anything about this castle. Oh well, we have a lot of time on our hands. He probably doesn't! Was that a spontaneous request, was it? The taxi headed for Chinon. It's gonna be an expensive taxi ride, isn't it? They had arrived. There was a shop selling souvenirs and pamphlets about the castle. When David entered the shop, he was surprised by what he saw. Allegedly, inside the castle of Chinon, there was a small museum dedicated to Joan of Arc. This was the castle where Joan of Arc had conveyed the message from God to Charles VII. What's wrong, David? You're looking a bit pale there. Well, this castle sat along the banks of the River Vienne. It was more of a dilapidated fortress. God damn it. Right. David murmured to himself. Did Joan of Arc call for me? Yeah, this is a castle famous for Joan of Arc's history, but I don't think it's the kind of castle you'd like to visit. Just remember the name. I might have heard about it because it was where Joan of Arc first became famous. Well, we've seen it now. Happy? Now let's go see a cool one like that Castle of Chambord. Let's not stay here any longer. Get another taxi. They took another cab and made for Chambord. Wow, this is a long taxi journey they're taking. It's expensive. Once they had arrived, they observed the castle from the outside. See? Now this is a castle. Castle of Chambord was an overall symmetrical form. Its castle walls formed a rectangle, with cylindrical buildings at each angle. David. Yeah, I guess unlike the Castle of Chinon, this one is really imposing. What a sight, eh? These circular constructions were rare at the time, you know. That's repeating. We've come all this way, why don't we go inside? Yeah, sure, let's go. Castles are really meant to be seen from the outside. They turned the inside into a tourist attraction. I hate that crap. If you want to see how a castle really looks like inside, we should go to Amboise. Alright, let's go to Amboise. Castle of Amboise? Yeah, there's this tower with a diameter of 21 meters. It's called the Minimes Tower. Minime. The Mini-Me Tower. The castle itself is pretty big too. It'll take us a while to check it all out. Sure. And so they took another cab heading for the castle of Amboise. This is an expensive holiday they're taking. I hope it's all on expenses though, right? Mini meme, you complete me. The taxi arrived at the castle of Amboise. So cool. Can see why you recommended it. It's incredible. It said that at the time of its construction, the castle grounds had an overall triangular shape with a base of 180 meters and two sides of 200 meters. But all that is left now is the large circular tower facing the Loire River and the central building. It's a tax write-off, yeah, clearly. Super expensive taxi journeys though. Can't wait to go inside the Mini-Me. The Mini-Me. Mini-Mess, or whatever. Come on, let's go inside and tell the guys all about it later. Let's go! Gonna have the weirdest nightmare after this, isn't he? Andrew walked towards the castle entrance with childlike glee. Andrew must have been forcing himself in order to cheer up David. David was aware of that but kept it to himself, silently appreciating his efforts. They paid the entrance fee and went inside. Weird shit is about to happen. Look at this courtyard, it's amazing. While the outer walls are made to be majestic when seen from the outside, the inner walls were made to be climbed up and down all the time. You can almost tell how battles were fought all the time. Hold on. Even if you managed to climb over the walls, you'd have a hard time actually reaching the castle. There's no way there would still be blood after all this time, man. It's just dirt. You're right, it has to be dirt. I just assumed it was bloodstains. For some reason I keep having these weird thoughts lately. Yeah, basically, isn't it? Just them on holiday in France taking pictures of everything, going, yeah, we're just making a game, don't worry about it. Clearly. Come on, let's go inside. There's weird stuff gonna happen in a minute though. Just as Andrew urged him to come, David noticed a human face through one of the castle windows. That's weird. That's really weird. Also, just before I forget, there we go. David was sure that the face was glaring at him. Shrapnel, what's up? Good evening. That's weird. David looked away for a moment. When he looked back, the face was no longer there. Also, was that face in front of the window? Or behind it? When he looked back towards the entrance, he could no longer see Andrew. He had either gone inside or outright left. David hurried inside the castle. Alright, cool. Just gonna write the next part of the scenario. Yeah, I think something weird is gonna happen in a second. So, David and castles don't seem to mix very well at the moment. There was that one in fucking Paris, which he tried to get into that just ended up being completely weird. And Joan of Arc. Oh god, yeah. I need to actually get some ant killer, ant poison from like in one of the home stores in the city centre later this week, because it's getting to the time when we're going to have a lot of ants around now. So I need to grab some and just dump them around the house just in case. Should be fine though, I think. That stuff is usually pretty cheap as well, but it works really well, because what happens is the ants pick it up thinking it's food and take it back to the nest, and it poisons the entire nest, which is pretty good. Usually after about a week or so there's like no ants left, which is perfect. And it lasts for a while as well, so I need to stock up on a few of that. Then you're probably using the wrong ant poison. Yeah, because the best ant poison is the ones which actually they take back to the nest, because sometimes they don't actually do that. But yeah, we need to get some soon, like, because it's summertime. Like, it's getting warmer over here and we're starting to see like some ants. So the sooner we get rid of them, the better. I think I need to do that this weekend actually, because I need to get my hair cut this weekend as well. Also, before you make a joke, yes, Mo eyeballed, lol. Oh, they're attracted to the cat food, is it? Yeah, that's probably why then. If you need to get like this little, like a little pack of them. It's like a little circular disc with like 4 doorways that you open up, and you just leave it on the ground, and ants usually come and investigate and take it back to the nest. For the past few summers we've been doing that, and like we have like basically antless summers. It's perfect, because before we started doing that we used to get like ants everywhere in the kitchen, and like some of them even walking around the house, investigating the house. So as soon as we started putting ant poison around like the ground floor, we just got rid of them completely. So it's worthwhile investing in it, like even if it is a little bit annoying to do. You just need the right kind of poison, that's all. Yeah, the only sound David could hear inside the castle was the sound of his own footsteps bouncing up the stone walls. There was not a person in sight. David moved in deeper, looking for Andrew. Yep, some weird stuff is happening in castles as usual. Yeah, after that it's fire. Let me see if I can remember what kind of ant poison it is. Give me a second. Focused poison. Let's see now. Ant Killer Plus? Yeah, it's a bait station. That's the one. I think it's this one. How many innocent ants died for this? Is that considered genocide? Yeah, so that's the kind of bait station that I usually pick up. I got like about 4 or 5 of them, just dot them around the house, and it works perfectly. You need to do it as early as possible though, because around about this time of year, the ants start to actually leave the nest and they, forage for food and stuff, and it's kind of annoying seeing them everywhere. But yeah, that's what we usually pick up, and it's definitely worth it. Anyway, oh god, until he reached a room blocked by iron bars. Sounds like an adult website. Look through the iron bars. The moment he approached the room, a dirty man grabbed David's shirt through the iron bars. Look at the man. The man glared at David with his bloodshot eyes, filled with hatred. What are you doing? Let me go. You're the Dark One, the Devil King. You'll use your forbidden magic to bind us and kill us all. But our king will never allow your evil. Why are you calling me Devil King? I'm a musician. Enough of your nonsense. You think you're safe because you locked me in here, do you? You're wrong. Behold my magic. The man closed his eyes and began chanting a spell. David unconsciously thrust both hands forward. Somehow the man disappeared from the room instantly. That was weird. David had no idea what just happened. He felt like he was in one of his dreams. After calming down, he went on ahead. Fucking dream world is invading the real world, isn't it? He found another room blocked by iron bars. Look through the iron bars. There was a man crouching inside the room. He looked as if he was about to die. The lock man seemed to have trouble breathing. What are you doing in here? Devil King, you're alive. As long as you stand, the Dark Clan shall live eternal. Why'd you call me so? I'm not this Devil King of yours. You don't have to hide it from me, my lord. I am Sherman of the Dark Clan. I suppose you couldn't recognize me in this pitiful state. Once again, David had been called Devil King. Thus, he decided to act out his role. If you have something to tell me, speak at once. I was sure the Dark Clan had fallen. I swore revenge, but my life has reached its end. I can die in peace after meeting you one more time, my lord. Devil King, please avenge our Dark Clan. Those words took the last bit of energy he had left. The man fell to the floor. He was dead. David tried opening the gate, but it was locked. David started walking aimlessly. He could barely focus. I like at this point as well, the text is actually not printing consistently either to actually match how the main character's current state of mind is, like completely unfocused. It's actually pretty good. David noticed something on the ground. Please rid me of ants. What the hell is this? Upon a closer look, he realized there was a dirty doll. Don't come any closer! David looked around. He couldn't find anyone. You heretical nightmare! David was paralyzed by the shock of his discovery. He found the owner of the voice. It was the doll. The moment he attempted to grab the doll released a white light, blinding David. Is it? Oh, right, okay. I thought it actually works quite well at that point, though. David, what are you looking at? Come on, let's go inside the castle. Following Andrew's voice, David could hear the murmur of the tourists and the voice of the guide describing the castle. Yeah, exactly, Lumia. I thought it was actually a pretty cool effect, even if it is just like hardware limitation. What's wrong, David? You're not looking too good. It's nothing, I'm fine. As if nothing had ever happened, David resumed the castle tour. and then went back to the hotel. It's fucking weird shit going on everywhere. So good. I have a feeling I might need to save soon though. I mean, so far it doesn't feel like I've hit any major branches. After returning to the hotel, the front desk clerk called out to him. Uh-oh. Mr. David? Wait. There was a visitor for you at around 11, but you weren't available. He left a message for you. What does it say? Here it is. The clerk handed David an envelope. David opened the envelope on the spot and read the message. I have something important to tell you. Please come see me at the house on 247 Rue de Bluet. Whenever you want, I'll be waiting for you. Is something the matter? You look troubled. Yeah, I thought it would have been, that's why I saved it. Just in case. Probably have to save it on the actual choice itself then, I guess. Can you tell me more about who gave you this message? David considered that it might just be a prank from a crazed fan, but there was something about that really bothered him. It was a man in his 60s. When asked for his name, he said that you would know as soon as you read the message. He left before I could inquire more. I see. Thank you. David had a bad feeling about the situation. Andrew had gone back to his room, so David decided to go to the Rue de Bluet by himself. As he didn't know the layout of the town, David hailed a cab in front of the hotel. Bluet, that's a 30-minute drive from here. Just a heads up, there's nothing interesting for a tourist over there. I think that's because he is. This is Boujon Boulevard. We're almost on Rue de Bluet. This is 242 Rue de Bluet. 247 is probably in that alley up ahead. The cars can't go in there. David got out of the taxi and entered the alley the driver pointed him to. Yeah, I guess and this is where it really becomes interesting. After walking for a while, he saw a crowd gathered in front of a house. Back off, nothing to see here, keep walking. Once the police opened a way through the crowd, David saw that they were carrying a stretcher covered in a white sheet. Why would anyone kill the old fortune teller? It's not like he made a lot of money. David started thinking, the man who left him that message might have been this very fortune teller. He felt as if his dreams and reality were mixing together. A chill ran up his spine at the thought he might have been the cause of yet another murder. David hurried back to the hotel. Interesting. Back to the hotel, David could hear Martin playing the guitar in his room. He decided to go in. Excuse me. Alan was also there. Welcome back. It spoke. Sounds like you've written a good song, Martin. Yep. Did you enjoy your castle tour? That must have been very tiring. Yeah, Andrew picked the best ones from his book, so it was a nice experience. David decided to keep the hallucination he had to himself. Fucking that might as well. Hallucination. Alan spoke. You know, I had no idea Andrew was into that stuff. Where's Andrew, by the way? What? He was tired and went to sleep? What a baby. Hey, Tane. How's it going, dude? Good evening. Sometime later. Andrew entered the room with a grim look on his face. Flipped portrait. Hey, Andrew. Why the long face? Said the man to the horse. I left my room after taking a little nap and I saw this weird old man in front of David's room. I didn't care about him at first, I just passed by him and kept walking. But I turned back for some reason and... You'll think I'm crazy, but the old man was gone, like he was never there. So what, you're saying it was a ghost? Maybe you brought one back from one of those castles. Clearly. I left my room after taking a little nap and I saw this wheel of... Yeah. I think that's repeating, isn't it? Yeah. Martin's book. Cut it out. No spooky talk in my room. David felt his legs about to give out. Could that have been the ghost of the murdered fortune teller? That's because they are. I thought I made him feel sick. You need to lie down in bed as soon as possible. Guys, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. I'll go take a nap. David hoped the others wouldn't notice his current state of mind. Back in his room, David crawled into his bed and tried to sleep, but for some reason he was completely able to do so. I don't get it. I should be dead tired, but I can't fall asleep. I know. I'll ask Susanna for some of her pills. Hope she's still up. There was a knock on the door. Who could it be? Andrew? David dragged his tired feet along the room and opened the door. Who is this? Weird old guy. It wasn't any of his friends. It was an old man he had never seen before. David jumped back, forgetting all about this fatigue. The old man entered the room, looking at him. Who are you? Leave! Now! Devil King, it is I, Michel, the sorcerer. I came to warn you about a terrible trap. This Devil King crap again. I've had enough of it. It's going to be a bloodbath, my lord. You must listen to me. Who are you? I don't know any Michel. Have you forgotten about me, my lord? I took care of you during your childhood. Devil King, at this rate you will turn into a vengeful demon and be banished from this realm. Why would I turn into a demon? How could you, the Devil King, not know about the forbidden powers you possess? Could it be? At that moment, Susanna entered the room. David, what's going on? Who's this old man? Ling, I should have known. If you're here, then we're too late. Devil King, you have only one option left. You must die. Please die. Suddenly, the old man jumped at David's throat, strangling him. Well, look at those eyes! That's a good face. That is a quality face. Hold on, I am taking a screenshot. It's like 11 o'clock here, and it's awesome. This is the best game to be playing at night, when the lights are out. Suddenly, the old man jumped at David's throat, strangling him. Please die, I beg you, my lord. That would be a really good Discord banner, by the way. Eyes.jpg. Honestly, I don't think this game would be anywhere near as good if it had proper, CG. This is so good that they use photographs, it actually makes it even better. David, watch out! Run away! Susanna pulled the old man, desperately trying to get him off David. Phil Collins. With the strength he had left, David screamed, trying to push the old man away. I think the question is whether or not he actually managed to fall asleep or not at all. David, open up. David, are you okay? It was another dream. David jumped out of the bed. Neither the old man nor Susanna were in his room. The moment he realized it was but another dream. He heard knocking on the door. Susanna was calling him. David screamed, .wav. Once he opened the room, David realized that Susanna looked very worried. Did you have another nightmare? I heard you screaming from the corridor. Yeah, that's repeating. Yeah, I guess I did. Perfect timing. I just bought some new pills that should be very effective. You should try them. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Even in my dreams, someone was trying to kill me, and you came to my rescue. I'm really grateful. Wow, I was in your dream? I'm flattered. Anyway, you should take these pills and have a good night. Questionable pills. Susanna handed the pills to David. Never take pills from somebody you're not familiar with. Rule 1 of the club. David looked at the small bottle, feeling glad for Susanna's kindness. He took a few, then went back to bed. More drugs. The drugs do nothing. There is some latent weirdness in this game and I love it. It's so good. More drugs is new wave, yeah. David was awakened by a mild scent of musk. Where? Everything about this room was different, from the bed to the rest of the furniture. You could hear the voice of a man coming from within the room. A man approached him from the back of the room. Are you awake, my king? King? Who are you? I apologize for the rude awakening. I am the sorcerer Hawkeye. At that moment he heard the voice of a woman, who then walked in from the back of the room. Lady Susanna, the king is awake. Ha! Okay, then let us begin the sacred ritual. Sus, Anna. Very sus, Anna. Fucking Hawkeye, though. Susanna. Her clothes are different, but she definitely looks and sounds like her. King of the beasts, you who are both king and priest, O god of darkness, drink the water of life. Hawkeye offered David a bowl filled with water. What is this water? Divine water from the Star of Darkness. Only you, the king, are allowed to drink it. You must drink it during the morning ritual. Susanna took the bowl from Hawkeye and handed it to David. David first took a sip, then drank the entire content of the bowl. A terrible energy flowed through him. He felt as if his body was going to explode. I love that scream though. That scream is so good. And then he'll wake up? Dude, his dreams are getting more and more weird every day. David, are you okay? Thought I was gonna burn. David came to his senses once he heard Susanna's voice. He looked around and he realized he was in his hotel room. On the loony bin ending. As he hurriedly got dressed, he told Susanna about what he had just seen. It was one of my weirdest dreams yet. You were there again, the water of life, this man called Hawkeye. This is so weird. It's barely been 3 minutes since you took the pills and you are already dreaming? You might be hypersensitive to these pills. It was one of my weirdest dreams yet. You were there again, yeah. Come on, you have a concert tomorrow. You better get some rest or you're not going to feel well. Susanna left the room. I don't know what these pills are exactly, but I feel full of energy. Ecstasy. You've been dropping your E's. LSD, meth. Everyone has a different idea of what kind of drugs he's been taking. Seriously though. The following morning, David started writing lyrics as if he was a different man. He had never felt so full of energy before. That night they performed at their final concert in France. Viagra! The crowd was cheering them on even before they started playing the intro to their first song. Once again, Clark and Vince were tailing Susanna. Doesn't this make your heart pound, Chief? This is going to be a great night. Vitamin C. I'm not going to comment on your tastes in music, Vince, but keep your eyes on the stage area. Let me know if anyone approaches Susanna. Yeah, if he had weed, he'd be asleep like constantly, and then getting up to go to the fridge at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I looked at that man from yesterday. He's just the president of a trading company. Their next destination is Italy. I can say we can take it easy, Chief. Italy, huh? The devil's lettuce. As for President Flannel, I've had the London Association of Detectives look into him. Soon we'll know whether he's innocent or guilty. President Flannel. Man, David's on fire tonight. Don't you feel like bursting into flames yourself? That's an interesting way of putting it. The crowd was starting to get carried away by David's increasing enthusiasm. We'll get another music video. Oh, it's shit music, but I can see why young people would like it. I think they're getting a little too crazy though. Look at these two guys! Fucking Clark, he's saying I don't like it, but he's getting into it himself, isn't he? Clearly. When he said that, Clark was moving his body to the rhythm. See? He's getting into it as well. Clark and Vince, man. As the song progressed, the crowd went into a frenzy. Basking in their energy, David became more excited. What's going on here? There was a bit of panic when various people passed out, but in the end nobody was hurt and the concert ended without issue. Vince-gasm. Clearly Vince-gasm. The crowd was still screaming in excitement even after the band returned to their waiting room. Man, you're amazing tonight, David. I can't stop shaking. Yeah, it'd be pretty interesting to see what source they used for a lot of this footage, like the photos. So it'd be pretty cool to see how they actually, you know, what they used to actually develop all of this. And instead, I think the fact that they use like photography for basically every single scene in the game is actually what makes this a lot more interesting, because I don't think this game would be anywhere near as compelling if it used like, you know, pixel art stuff. The fact that they use photographs actually makes you a lot more immersed, because it's a little bit more like a proper story. Even with the fantastical elements in it. Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna top himself. What got into you? I almost lost my mind out there. Me too, at one point. I think I was playing in a trance or something. I know, right? I could have kept playing until morning. What? I was so out of it that I don't even remember being on stage. If David keeps singing like this, we might get knighted by the Queen herself. Yeah, sure. Seriously, man, what happened? I don't know what to say. Once I got on stage, I felt so full of energy. Like I made a pact with the devil. Susanna joined them. Her face was flushed, as as if she hadn't calmed down from the excitement yet. David, you are great tonight, but we've got trouble. The audience won't leave the venue. We're having security bring a car as soon as they can. Don't go outside just yet. The devil's music, yeah. Yeah, no, I think my point is that I think this game actually has a really good atmosphere because it uses photographs and you can actually immerse yourself into the story a lot better. I think a lot of pixel art games tend to... what's the way to put it? It doesn't... You're in the story, but it doesn't feel like, you know, as immersive as if you're like actually seeing real pictures, if you get what I mean. It kind of takes you out when you're in a fantastic setting, I think. As good as stuff like is, when it actually got to like the fantasy setting, it was like kind of, really? Even though it was interesting, it was like, yeah, really? But this is actually a lot more interesting because you recognize some of the sights and scenes. It's actually pretty good. The Devil's Music by the Devil King himself. I like it though. I mean, I think it's really good. Especially when they like do the weird eyes on some of the faces. Yeah, and that's yeah. I don't know. I mean, whipping people up into a frenzy at the very end is usually pretty good as well. David went to bed, still excited from the concert. He fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He woke up the next morning. It had been a long time since he had last felt so refreshed. David smiled. Yeah, exactly. I think it's very time-consuming to actually pixel a lot of this stuff. I mean, it might have been the fact that they needed to use photographs because of the amount of time spent to actually develop a game like this. Especially with all of the different settings. A lot of games I've played so far, like text adventures, they tend to reuse a lot of the scenes. But this looks like they have like different, imagery for all of the different scenes available, which is really good as well. I mean, it kind of makes sense considering they're using a CD as the primary format rather than multiple floppy disks. No nightmare, surprisingly. The band took a plane to Rome, Italy to go see Godin, the location of their next concert. I think this is where I actually caught up with your stream, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they didn't reuse a lot at all in this. It's actually really good. So obviously the portraits they do, but the entire scenes they don't, which is what I think is more impressive about this. It uses the CD format very well for the time as well. It was night when they arrived. They went straight to the hotel. Yeah, you wouldn't think this is PC-88, would you? I mean, PC-88 does tend to have a very distinctive look if you look at some of their games, but this doesn't look like 88 at all. It actually looks more like standard PC. They went to bed early, starting to feel the fatigue from their previous performance. Weird stuff is happening though because of the music. I'll go see them though. What's up, Broy? How's it going? Yeah, the market would probably be quite small. I think this is why this game is like so under the radar, but it's lucky that the translators picked this up and actually translated it, because if it wasn't for that, this game would still be under the radar, I think. David off the Visigothi. Once again, David had no nightmares that night. He greeted his friends in the morning, feeling good. Feeling good. It was past noon when the band gathered in the lobby. The concert is tomorrow night. What do we do today? No, we had the pills like a couple of scenes ago, actually. This is the first time he's actually took them and felt good. Concert is tomorrow night. What do we do today? Oh, they reprinted in 2003. That's interesting. It's actually really interesting. Because this game was, what, 1990, wasn't it? The first game was like released in 1990, I think, or something like that. this is like pretty old. They told me we can't visit Rome until after the concert because of all the fans in the area. We can't even walk around the hotel. Yeah, fucking 1990 though. Oh, what? 1990? 32 years ago. Jesus. It's interesting as well. I think this game is actually... It's aged pretty well, but purely because of the way it's actually done. Yeah, the FM Towns was like a couple of years afterwards. They told me we can't visit Rome until after the concert because of all the fans in the area. We can't even walk around the hotel. I've seen pictures of the FM Towns version. It has a frame around the central area, which is interesting, but I think it doesn't have the extra ending that the 88 version does. David rocked the music world with his last performance. Susanna had to hire extra bodyguards to keep our fans from gathering in front of the hotel. We'll just have to stay inside for the time being. Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I was watching Trap playing like the second half of this, I just thought this looks super interesting and I have to try it myself. It's like I really wanted to experience the first half without watching the VOD. It's been really good so far though. Like I said, like I've been saying, it started off like just straight out the gate, super interesting, and it's continued to be interesting all the way through it. Want to visit Roma? Oh yeah, I heard about those. This is bullshit. Susanna's being a worrywart. We're young. We don't need to rest this much. Then why don't we rent a studio and practice the new song? I'd like to announce it at our last concert in London. New Wave band on tour. Oh, I like that. Ending our tour with a new song. If David sings it with that energy, we'd be chopping all charts. What did I say? Tarts? Chocolate and peanut butter. So he's the Devil King, yeah. Oh, I like that. Ending our tour with a new song. If David sings it with that energy, we'll be topping all charts. Wild Boar's nice, you know. It's funny because, like, every summer, like before COVID at least, we used to get a food market in the city centre over here, and they had like food from different places like Australia and South Africa and stuff. The food store from Australia used to sell like ready-made like kangaroo burgers and wild boar burgers, and you could buy them in the packs. I think it was like about £4 for £5. I used to get like a bunch of packs and just stick them in the freezer, but they used to cook them there as well, like if you wanted to eat them straight away. And honestly, the wild boar burgers are so nice. I absolutely recommend it. People think it's like really weird, but it actually tastes really good. I wish I need to keep my eyes open for that food market again, because I think they're coming back over the next couple of weeks. Need to get some more. Kangaroo is surprisingly tasty as well. You know, you'd think it's like really weird tasting, but it's actually like it's a little bit tougher, like chicken type of flavor. Something like that. It's actually quite nice. Yeah, wild boar is really good. Elk I've not had a try before though. I need to see if the food market actually does anything particularly interesting this time around though. The Christmas food market's usually quite good as well though. It's like there's usually a stand that has Bailey's hot chocolate, and me and Raven, one of my friends, came back up from like a gig in December, and as soon as we got back in, we just jumped straight into the Bailey's hot chocolate place and got a hot chocolate before we went home. Honestly, that place is so nice. It's the best thing ever. Wild game burgers, yeah. There's a actual proper market in the city centre that does game, like during the proper seasons, like quail and stuff like that. So we occasionally get that stuff as well. Pheasant as well. It's pretty expensive to buy that stuff like nowadays, but back when it was a little bit more affordable, it's actually quite nice to eat. Again, game you don't usually see a lot of. Depending on where you are though. Over here we do get like, you know, some markets which, you know, sell the game birds. Quite nice. Anyway, yeah, staying cooped up in the hotel would drive us crazy. Let's rent a studio and make some noise. Sounds like a good idea. Susanna agreed with their plan and made arrangements with their promoter to rent a studio. Yeah, it is a nice thing to experience every now and again. Like, it certainly makes a change from the usual, you know, beef, chicken, pork nonsense. So I think that kind of shit gets boring every so often. You do need to have something different. It's funny how you can pronounce that name slightly different and it sounds rude. Oh god. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have many restaurants that do game up here though. In London we do, but they're like super expensive. Up in Newcastle though we don't, sadly. For the band there was nothing better than being inside a recording studio late at night. They all started practicing. Martin first and foremost, but... David, what's the matter with you? Vocals and instruments are all over the place. Exactly, Highwinds. Nacho cheese fries out the condiments, yeah. What's wrong? Your voice is slurred. It's like your head is somewhere else. Something wrong with David? David's been working hard since that performance. Maybe he's getting tired. David, I think you should go back and get some rest. If you keep pushing yourself like this, you'll be a mess during the actual concert. That sounds like a restaurant, alright. Repeating. Now that you mention it, he's looking a bit pale. We'll keep practicing a little more. Why don't you head back to the hotel and get some rest? David was starting to feel tired after entering the studio, but after seeing his friends so full of energy, he decided to keep his condition to himself. Yeah, I think food in Europe is considerably better than food in the UK though. And certainly food up in the north of UK. We do have some good restaurants up here, but there's not much in terms of variety of food outside of like, you know, London and Manchester, Liverpool, places like that. The restaurants up here are kind of shit. In Europe though, the amount of food you can get is so good though. Seriously. I kind of miss some of the European restaurants I've been to when I've been on my travels. Kind of makes me hungry now, actually, though. I'm starting to get a little bit of a munchies going on here. Especially considering I've been sat here talking, narrating everything, like, for the past 3.5 hours. Yeah, wine is another thing. I think alcohol kind of has a bit of a bad rep up here, actually, considering that all we ever do is drink lager. I mean, I prefer cider. I've always preferred cider, dark rum and coke, or any other kind of mixers. I occasionally like a bit of red wine as well, though. But yeah, English people don't seem to have the palate for wine, or at least the taste for the varieties of wine out there, compared to, you know, European countries, particularly France and Italy. The French and the Italians are very good about their wine. We just don't really have that much available up here, especially considering that we can't really produce wine that well up in the UK. It's not like wine producing weather anywhere in this country outside of like the south of England, and even then you'd be lucky to get it for like a sustained period of time. Anyway, I guess I am tired. Sorry guys, I'm going to have to leave first. Don't worry about me, you keep working on the song. David left the studio and took a cab to the hotel. After leaving the studio, all that tension vanished, leaving him extremely tired, so much that he could barely hear the voice of the driver talking to him. Sir, we're here. Where is here exactly? No, the hotel. David stepped out of the cab, which then disappeared into the night. We have wine-producing weather in the UK. Exactly. The lights in front of the hotel were still on, but there were no crazed fans in sight. David sighed in relief and walked through the door. He rubbed his eyes. It was dark inside, and there was no signs of people. Okay, this is weird. Is he going to get back to the hotel room then? Seeking? Ugh. That wasn't the hotel. Though it was a solid stone building, it was crumbling apart as if it had been bombed. For reasons unknown even to himself, David began to walk. As he reached what appeared to be the entrance, he realized that it was some kind of ancient building made of stone and bricks. Where am I? There's nothing else I can do but go inside. Is that the Colosseum? No sign of people are people. Inside there were stone pillars lined up like in a temple. However, the ceiling and many of the pillars had been destroyed. The night sky was visible. How did I get here? This was supposed to be the hotel. There seems to be a way further in. I guess I'll have to follow it. Of course you just keep walking when things look weird, instead of turning around and trying to get to a place that you're familiar with. Just keep walking into the weird place. There was a room in the back of the temple, but it was in ruins. Nobody was inside. This place is ancient. Maybe I'm so tired that instead of the hotel I went inside some historical ruins or something. I can see the sky up ahead. A little further and I should be out. Excuse me. The building was in shambles, as if it had been hit by an earthquake. With many paths blocked by rubble, he was unable to simply walk forward. I see a clear path ahead. Just a little further, I'm almost there. This music is getting ominous though. You could see what appeared to be a courtyard, or maybe the entrance of the building. Thought I was finally out, but it looks like I'm still inside the building. What ruins are these anyway? I have no idea what I'm doing. As he stepped through the entrance, he found himself in an ancient building made of stone and bricks that looks exactly the same as the one that he just stepped through about 5 minutes ago. What the? I've been here already. But there's no way I've been going in circles. Told you. I'll just go inside and remove all doubts. He entered the temple with ruined stone pillars. See, it's the temple from earlier. I must be in one of my nightmares. I can see outside the building from here. I'll just climb over the wall, that'll do the trick. That's not gonna work, is it? Sounds like Crane's lair. The night sky was visible beyond the destroyed room. Yeah, just like I thought. Forget the path, I'm climbing over the wall this time. Just as he was about to climb over, David heard a human voice from the path he ignored. David stopped climbing the wall and ran through the path, trying to reach the source of the voice. David. David. The path was full of stones and bricks from nearby fallen buildings. He could hear a man groaning from the building in front of him. Whoever he is, he's hurt. I need to help him. By reflex, David ran towards the source of the voice. I'm expecting screaming David.wav in a second. An old man came out from a crack in a wall. There was blood flowing out of his chest. Okay. Please don't kill me. The old man stared at David, full of fear. He's repeating. You're hurt. Don't move. I'll go find help. So you're not one of them. Please stay here. They'll finish me off if you leave me alone. But if I stay here, you'll... What should I do? I'm already doomed. I have one final request. I want you to deliver this to the man they call the Devil King of Darkness. The old man held out a piece of cloth akin to a handkerchief with his blood-stained hands. The Devil King of Darkness. David retracted his hand before he could take the cloth. What are you talking about? Who is this Devil King? I don't understand. Those people killed my master with his last breath. He told me to deliver this cloth. Deliver this to the followers of the Devil King. Tell them that unless they kill the person bearing the crest drawn on this cloth, our Dark Lord will never return. Screaming David.wav could... Yes! I mean, the fact that this is on CD means I should be able to rip that quite easily, which I probably will. My master died shortly after. That's when they started coming after me. I beg of you, carry on the duty my master has given me. While David was still weighing his options, he felt the presence of people around him. It's them! They've come for me! Take this cloth and go! Hurry! The old man put the cloth in David's hand. From the shadows, about 10 figures attacked them both. As the old man screamed, the hatchet-like weapon was swung towards David's shoulder. Again? David felt an intense shoulder pain. Again? Screaming David.wav. Okay, if it's a sample then I should be able to record it with no problems. I just need to find a point which he does it when there's no background music, I guess. David Scream.wav is the best, clearly, yeah. It's so good. They use it all the time, but it just never gets old. It's just so funny. Are you okay, sir? Please bear with it. We're almost at the hotel. David realized he had never left the cab. He must have fallen asleep at one point. He felt a chill run down his spine, thinking back to his nightmare. Oh, does it? Oh, I'll have to check that out. I've heard there's like mods on whatever that mod site is. I keep forgetting what it's called. But I've heard that there's like mods for the game out already. What the hell is that noise? Yeah, screaming David.wav. When the taxi arrived at the hotel, he found Susanna waiting for him at the entrance. As David was about to get out, the driver told him, "Sir, you forgot something." Wait a minute. There was a piece of cloth on his seat. The driver handed it over to David and drove off. Wait a minute. How the hell did we acquire this thing? When he looked at the handkerchief, David felt a chill run down his spine once again. That was the cloth with the crest, the same one the old man gave him in his dream. Oh, cool, thank you. I'll check it out. I think we need to make some time to play multiplayer this weekend as well, because Gundam wanted to check out if 6-player was actually balanced or not, which I think it isn't. David tried to convince himself that it must have belonged to another customer. Not wanting Susanna to notice it, he put it in his pocket. I heard from Martin on the phone. David, are you okay? You're not looking very good. I know, I was doing so great and then all of a sudden I'm feeling very tired. Though he spoke with a steady tone, it was obvious he could barely stand. 6 April's all spamming ass attack, yeah. Clearly. I mean, I think the way that they've balanced it is that obviously there's only one pizza available at any one time, so people are probably going to be dropping like flies if they're not playing properly. But I don't expect the new TMNT to be balanced in 6-player at all. Come on, lean on my shoulder, I'll help you. David put his arm on Susanna's shoulder, and they both entered the hotel. Spin to Winfest. David welcomed the feeling of Susanna's warmth, from the elevator all the way to his bed. Well, it's not lewd, clearly. Which is why I'm playing it on Twitch and not Owncast. As a warmth left him, David thought back to the cloth with the crest. He was sure he would have another nightmare if he were to fall asleep. Excuse me. I'll stay here until you fall asleep. Just relax and have a good night. Susanna, I feel like I'm gonna have another nightmare. Don't you have any more of those pills? Of course I do. I always bring them with me since they're important for you. Here you go. David took the pills Susanna gave him. Yeah, 88 doesn't really have that much anyway, in terms of porn. 98 does. Thank you. This tour would have been a disaster without you. I owe you another one. I'd do anything for you, David. Call me if you feel like you're going to have another nightmare. I'll be your knight and vanquish all your enemies. That's an interesting term. I'll do that, though usually the man is the knight saving the damsel in distress. I guess it's the opposite with us. Susanna the enabler. Pixel David here, yeah. Yeah, his pose looks a little bit off, but I think it's just because he's hunched over with his hand on his face. And I don't think they're smuggling drugs from country to country. I think it's probably just, you know, your usual headache tablet type stuff. Yeah, it's clearly a face palm. Time you lied down. The pills should kick in soon. Oh, I should put on a do not disturb hanger on the door. Once the guys are back, we'll come see how you're doing. Sus Anna being Sus Anna mostly, yes. Thank you, Susanna. I think the pills are kicking in. Good night. Weird shit's gonna happen in a minute, clearly. David felt his body burning hot. The pills were probably starting to have their effect. Susanna turned the lights off and was going to leave the room when David seemed to have fallen asleep. That would have been perfect for that, actually, shit. That would have been perfect for the... Actually, I can probably get that off the VOD. Because there's no background music at this point. But yeah, sleep? Really? David, what's wrong? David was tossing and turning. Susanna threw herself onto David, desperately attempting to hold him down with her body. Suddenly, David lost all strength. Susanna wiped the sweat from David's brow. Are you okay now? I am. It must have been one of the side effects of the pills, just like the other time. David gasped. He realized that Susanna, her face, her soft body, was on top of him. Susanna, please don't leave me alone. Stay with me. Without you, I'll... David held Susanna tight and they exchanged a kiss. Do I need to... Nah, I don't think I need to put the funny screen up. Should be fine though. At that time, Clark and Vince were staking out the hotel. Isn't it about time we called it a night, Chief? Yeah, I guess. I don't think Susanna's gonna leave the hotel while David's not feeling well. Viagra in the 90s. Is David gonna be okay? He's got a concert tomorrow. Vince is clearly a fan now, isn't he? Yeah, the sex is implied. I don't know, they went and rented the studio to practice and all, but he came back on his own. Must have been damn tired. Is that a clip for the voice? Thank you. I'll grab that later. That'll be the pretty interesting follow / host / raid alert. Just random scream.wav. You gotta be tough to be in this line of work. whether it's detective work or being in a band. Have their effect. Susanna turned the lights off and was going to leave the room when David seemed to have fallen asleep. That would have been perfect for that, actually. Shit. There we go. Just have a dab screen button. Hit when chat is bad. It's funny because Oyabin is actually one of my alerts, but I've made it a sub alert because I don't want it being spammed constantly. However, Mio is obviously follow/raid/host. I've got a few alerts on actually from Clark and Vince got into their car and drove away from the hotel. It's actually getting very interesting now. David had never felt so good in the morning before. Susanna wasn't there, but her scent still lingered on the bed. Yeah, implied. Implied sex. Clearly. But after taking a shower, David looked in the mirror and his mood soured instantly. He had another bruise on his shoulder. It was as if the events of his nightmares also occurred in the real world. David shook his head, as if to chase away the thought, and left the bathroom. The late wake-up call was ringing. Actually kind of weird as well, thinking about it, because sometimes I wake up with, like, marks, scratches, and I don't even know how I got them. Also a dark gaping hole in his chest, yeah. Hey, good morning, Susanna. I slept great last night. I'm feeling better than ever. Yeah, thanks for the bone. I'm glad to hear that. Today you'll have your first performance in Italy. Good luck, David. Thank you, Susanna. After hearing Susanna's voice, David forgot all about his nightmares. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Once the sun had set, the first concert in Rome began. You can just see Goaty in the background. David, let's make it happen again tonight. Come on, let's go. David, take us by storm. Take us by the storm. That's a slight translation error, I'm assuming. As David walked under the spotlight, he was greeted by the cheers of his fans. The moment the song's intro started playing, the crowd screamed so loudly that the stage itself seemed to tremble. Time to sacrifice Goaty. Screaming in Italian. The crowd's excitement would only increase as the band kept playing, to the point where it became next to impossible to keep them in check. While David screamed a song, some among the audience were scratching their faces into a bloody mess. Oh god. At first there was only one, but this behaviour was seemingly spreading. Oh god. They're fucking tearing their faces off. While David screamed a song, some among the audience were scratching their faces into a bloody mess. At first it was only one, but this behaviour was seemingly spreading. The sound of the ambulance's sirens only added to the song's power, as paramedics with their stretchers came and went uninterruptedly. What's up, Kale? This is what traps punk bands do. This just sounds like your average metal band concert, doesn't it? A police officer spoke to Susanna. Could you please interrupt the concert? At this rate, it won't be long before we start having casualties. Look at them, officer. They're not even listening to the music anymore. It's the song itself that fuels them. Work with me here, okay? I'd rather not have to fire my gun. I'll see what I can do. Susanna herself was worried about the crowd going berserk. Lost in thought, she gazed upon David, who was standing at the very edge of the stage. Is that David? Yes, it is. During the song's interlude, David approached Susanna. I'm doing great, Susanna. You're on fire tonight, David. Sing the next song for me. Make it something sweet and kind. Okay, let the others know. Once this song's over, have them turn down the lights. David returned to the stage. Excuse me. The song ended and the lights went down. The crowd was getting more and more agitated as their songs grew darker. Boris Johnson, but thinner. A slow and calm intro started playing. The audience didn't calm down, however, as if they weren't actually listening. Sing something sweet to the people, literally tearing their faces off. When David started singing, everything changed. The crowd stopped screaming and moving. They religiously listened to his voice. Clark and Vince were again once attending the concert. Why are they changing the song? I like the other one better. Because they're not complete morons. Had they kept going with the same energy, someone would have died tonight. Eh, what's the big deal? People die every day. Fucking Vince! Yeah, this one's good. Actually, I'm enjoying this one. Who knew David could sing like this? It's a shame they didn't put like music videos in places here and there. Yeah, basically. Before long, the venue fell silent. Men and women were kissing while David sang. Hope men weren't kissing men and women kissing women. Fucking giant orgy gonna happen. The song ended and the lights were dimmed even further. Encore! 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 The lights on stage were turned on once again, all at once. The beat of the synths filled the venue once more. The audience cheered as the performance changed from calm to energetic once more. Their frenzy began anew, but never with the same intensity as earlier. There was no longer risk of casualties. Overall, the concert in Rome was a success. Okay, cool. Reading data. Yeah, so it's just got to write the next scenario to disk. That's weird though, frickin' people in the crowd just started ripping their faces off for whatever reason. Aside from the sudden outburst of contagious face scratching, it was a success. Oh god. Yeah, basically that's what they meant to say. I think the comic relief shrapnel, although I'm not spoiling anything since I have seen the end of the game already. Oh, nice. Counting Crows. I've seen a few concerts over my years, actually. I rate music by how much it makes me want to claw my face off. Oh god. Funny. What's up there, Langshan? Incidentally, Justin Bieber is a 10 out of 10. After returning to their hotel, the band celebrated their latest success with beer. Good idea. David felt slightly under the weather, so he decided to return to his room without drinking. Also good idea. I don't think I'm going to have nightmares tonight. That has to be thanks to Susanna's pills. David went to bed feeling grateful towards Susanna. From barely a scratch to visible skeleton. After he closed his eyes, he could still hear the crowd cheering him on. He was looking forward to the next concert. Before long, David was drifting away, but right then, he felt a presence. Someone was there. Who's there? Wake up. There was an old man beside him. You are... David jumped out of the bed in horror and surprise. You must solve the secret of the crest I've given you. You promised me this as I was dying. Random guy in a shirt. You're the man from my dream. A dream? Don't be a fool. They killed me right before your eyes. Now I am forced to roam this world as a spirit, never leaving your side until you realize my wish. You're a ghost. At this rate, they'll come after you. If you solve the mystery of the crest, you should be able to meet the Devil King. Then your life will be spared, and I will move on to the next plane of existence. How am I supposed to solve this mystery? Had I figured that out, I wouldn't be asking you now. Now I can only appear before you every night and haunt you until my wish is realized. Oh great. This is ridiculous. Why did you have to push this problem onto me? The old man was no longer in his room. Excuse me. David opened the door and walked out into the hallway. David was intent on finding the old man, but as he approached the elevator, several men came out of it and began to approach him. It's them! David ran back to the hallway. He reached Susanna's room and started banging on her door. Susanna, please open up! David, what's wrong? Oh shit, it's the Mafia. Susanna opened the door. Doesn't look anything like a portrait though. There's a bunch of weird people outside our rooms. It's Cody! Susanna looked in the direction David was pointing at. A few men were entering the elevator. It looks like they've got off on the wrong floor, David. I think you're a bit too nervous. Susanna gave him a goodnight kiss and went back inside her room. Sus, Anna. Hearing Susanna's voice was enough to calm him down. David returned to his room. He went to bed and tried falling asleep. Still worried about that old man. The following day the band was supposed to go sightseeing Rome, but David was still worried about that old man, what that old man had told him. He decided to stay at the hotel after pretending to not feel well. While he was alone in his room, thinking about his problem, Susanna walked in. What's wrong, David? The guys already left. You should have seen them. They were wearing sunglasses and fake mustaches. I guess celebrities can't go have fun like normal people, eh? Hi Susanna, sorry I woke you up last night. You woke me up? I'm not sure I understand. I was dead tired after yesterday's performance. I'm pretty sure I slept until 9 AM without interruptions. Weird. But that's impossible. Don't you remember those people who got off on the wrong floor? Weird. Are you sure that wasn't another dream? Maybe the pills didn't work. David couldn't believe what had happened the previous night was simply a dream. Which part was real? Which part was a dream? Did he actually meet the ghost of that old man? The more he thought about it, the crazier everything felt. David, calm down. You'll lose your mind if you don't relax. Come on, tell me what happened last night. David could no longer keep it all to himself, so he showed Susanna the cloth with the crest. He told her everything, starting from the old man. Let me just save it here for a second, because I got the feeling something's going to come up in a second. Yeah, that's repeating. Okay. It's definitely a nice crest, but something that leaves your dreams and enters reality. That's scary to think of. As long as I have this in the real world, I'll have to grant that old man's wish, even if it happens only in my dream. Maybe you can learn something by finding out more about this crest. There has to be some kind of reference book about coats of arms at the library. Can't even tell what that looks like. I didn't think of that, but I don't know Italian at all. Can you come with me, Susanna? Of course, it'll be like a date. I'm looking forward to it. Really? Sus Anna. The two of them left the hotel from the back door, making sure not to be noticed. They hailed a cab and went to the library. One specific car was following their taxi. It's Vincent Clark, isn't it? Your hunch was spot on, Chief. I'll admit I was kind of worried when you told me we didn't have to keep watching the front door. But there you have it. When you're acting out of the ordinary, you don't want to be noticed. It's human nature. But she's with David today. Maybe they're just on a date. Or maybe she's going to meet some other guy, and he's just her alibi. A good detective never trusts appearances. Remember that middle-aged man she met? Turns out he's the president of a trading company. He comes from old money. His hobby is golf. An upper-class gentleman through and through. Nothing suspicious whatsoever. And that is why it's suspicious. Why would Mr. Moneybags meet Suzanne in a cafe? That's the mystery we need to solve. When you put it that way, yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh, looks like the taxi entered Via del Corso. They're probably gonna Piazza Venezia. Yeah, that's right. It's ambiguous, that. Maybe they're going to see some ancient Roman ruins of the Foro Romano. Maybe not, they took a right turn. Towards Piazza della Rotonda. They stopped in front of the Pantheon Museum. Let's get off and tail them on foot. Wait, the taxi's moving again. They didn't get off. Back to the chase. Taxi stopped in front of a building a little further on. Okay, no mistake this time, they did get off. That's the Pantheon's library. Why? I get the museum, but why the library? Oh well, get ready for books, Vince! The two detectives followed David and Susanna into the library. Inside the library, Susanna was talking to the clerk, with David interjecting as well from time to time. The clerk was speaking in English. After taking a look at the crest on the cloth David showed her, the clerk gave her answer. Coats of arms such as this have been traditional here in Italy since the Middle Ages. Even today we often use newly designed coats of arms as company logos. Oh, I thought it was just for old noble families. Finding this crest is going to be harder than we've thought, David. The clerk brought out a particularly thick book. Yeah, that's a big book. This is our reference book on coats of arms. All the crests listed here have a name and a biography, so you can find out more in the reading room. Phew, this thing is heavy. I hope I can carry it myself. Yeah, it's not a book you're supposed to take out of the library. David lifted the reference book and headed towards the reading room with Susanna. David and Susanna turned page after page, comparing the crest they held with those on the book. Clark and Vince walked past them and sat at a nearby table, holding a magazine. Fucking inconspicuous, are they? I think they're looking up coats of arms? Looks like it, but that handkerchief belongs to David. Susanna's only here to help him. Maybe they're looking for some cool design for a prop or something. I don't think so. If that's the coat of arms of David's family, it's possible this whole European tour was just a means to travel around Europe and find more information about that crest's history. You would think. Was there really a point in tailing Susanna today? Why, you had anything better to do? Besides, she might leave him at some point and go off on her own. I'm just speculating, sheesh. Anyway, look, I don't think they found whatever they were looking for. She closed the book with a sigh. That was a lost cause, really. There's tens of thousands of different coats of arms in Europe, including England. This kind of search would be hard for an expert, let alone for amateurs. Google! Would have been easier if it were a Japanese family crest, since there's relatively few of them. But European coats of arms? Yeah, good luck with those. They're leaving. Let's get moving. I hope you can't hear that because there's a helicopter above us. David and Susanna hailed another cab and left the library. Clark and Vince followed them in their own car. Whew. Ask Jeeves. No wonder they didn't find anything. David and Susanna visited the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale de Roma, but once again they were unable to find any conclusive evidence. They were told that a library in Piazza Navona owned a microfilm with unusual emblems, but didn't contain the same crest they were looking for. David and Susanna decided to take a short break near the Trevi Fountain. The log lady. Can't believe we can't find anything after searching this long. Oh well, since it happened in my dreams, maybe I need to look it up in my dreams too. Yeah, that might work. Sleeping pills! Can you give me a couple of coins? I want to make a wish in the Trevi Fountain. Susanna approached the Trevi Fountain, turned around and tossed the coins backwards, and hit somebody in the face. So what should we do now? I don't think visiting random libraries is going to work. Yeah, for the most part in scenes like this, it's just alternate options for the actual triggers. Fairly easy. Well, since we're already out and about, we might as well go for a little stroll. Oh, hold on. I should call the hotel. Susanna left to look for a payphone. Clark followed after, unnoticed by David. Alright, still call. I'll catch you later, dude. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. Don't have any nightmares about people chasing you. Susanna came back. The guys aren't back yet. Why don't we grab a bite somewhere? Gosh, I was so focused on that search that I forgot about eating. Do you know any good place, Susanna? It's Rome, there's good places everywhere. What time is it anyway? It's like 5 past midnight here. So I might play for another half an hour and then call it. David and Susanna walked around Rome like a pair of lovers, tailed by the two detectives. Once they reached Via del Tritone, they hailed a cab. We took another cab. We left our car at the Trevi Fountain though. Should we go get it? No, we'd lose them. Stop the cab. Remember to David scream.wab. As luck would have it, there was a cab ready to go. They got in and followed the car with David and Susanna. Vince, tell them to follow that cab. Phew, we almost lost them. Man, cars in Rome sure drive fast. Makes for a fun ride though. Susanna made 2 phone calls. She's probably going to meet someone else at some point. So she made another phone call as well to the... not to the hotel but to somebody else. Their car took a left towards Piazza di Spagna. My guess is they stopped looking for libraries and they're just going to have fun. First call must have been to the hotel, but what about the other one? This place looks familiar though. I think this was in Top Gear, wasn't it? Yep, they're getting off in Piazza di Spagna. Look at Susanna, she's skipping like a child, her skirt aflutter. I feel so pathetic tailing a couple. Get a grip, Vince, this is work. Let's get going. Clark and Vince got off the taxi and kept following David and Susanna. That's repeating. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on, I thought they were going to Piazza di Spagna, but they just entered via Condotti. Yeah, basically. If you want to be a good detective, you can't stop at first glances. My guess? They're going to grab a bite. Via Condotti is a major tourist route. There's a bit of everything nearby, from jewelry to Gucci stores, as well as restaurants and pubs. I think, if I remember correctly, someone said that the restaurant that they go into at this point is actually a real restaurant. Susanna stopped in front of a restaurant. Since we can eat Italian food at the hotel, why don't we try Japanese cuisine instead? This is Hamase. I heard good things about it. Yeah, this restaurant is actually real, apparently. And it has a Michelin star as well, which is even more interesting. Hamase. Japanese cuisine, eh? I only ever had things like tempura and sushi. I'd really like to try sukiyaki and ochazuke. Okay, let's go in. It looks quite nice, actually. David and Susanna entered the restaurant. Yeah, I know you told him to go there because he was in the stream when you were playing this the other week. I wonder if he actually did go there. I don't know if he did, like. There were many Japanese customers inside the restaurant. Each individual table was enclosed in its own box, so Clark and Vince were able to sit next to David and Suzanne and listen to their conversation without having to worry about being seen. Their own cubicles for each one. David was talking to Susanna while they both ate from their sukiyaki saucepan. Oh, they have a lunch special, yeah. Well, it's a Michelin star, I'm not surprised it's expensive. Oh my gosh, this is delicious. It's been so long since I last had sukiyaki, and this soy soup goes perfectly with the meat. Sukiyaki, What are these noodles? I thought they were tofu, but they're different, crispier. They've absorbed the soup, so they're almost better than the meat. I haven't had sukiyaki in ages, June. That's a kind of diet food called konjac. You should eat the meat and build up your stamina. I'll eat the konjac and watch my calories. The two of them were very impressed by the quality of the onigiri and the sukiyaki, which they happily devoured. Onigiri. Yeah, black scribbles on top of the bowl. From the nearby table, Clark and Vince were keeping an eye on them. Chief, the sushi's good, but the sukiyaki looked divine. Oh man, that soup smells. Huh? Chief? The customer that just came in is walking towards Susanna. Who's this guy? A middle-aged man greeted Susanna. David, this is Mr. Demir from Demir Music. He's taking care of our performances in Italy. That's a good face. I'm Demir. Pleased to meet you. I came here to meet a colleague from a Japanese music firm and I happen to notice the two of you. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Mr. David. Please take a seat with us, Mr. Demir. Rome must be smaller than I thought. I never would have guessed I'd find you here. Are you visiting Piazza di Spagna? Yeah, we're just having something to eat. Totally not mafia. Yeah. Yes. Our main reason for being here was to find out more about a certain crest. crest, you say? Collecting photos and drawings of coats of arms is actually a hobby of mine. What kind of crest would that be? Oh, interesting. We might actually get some info from this guy. David unfolded a cloth, revealing the crest. This is it. We've been hitting all the libraries we could find, but we couldn't find this specific crest in any reference book. I have to admit, this is the first time I've seen such a magnificent crest. Where did you find it? Would you mind parting with it? I'd like to find to which family it belongs first. Once I do, I'll gladly let you have it. What a coincidence! You know, a long time ago, the British used to consult a fortune teller when looking for someone or something in Rome. The fortune tellers here are particularly accurate, you see. Another coincidence! Fortune tellers. Fortune tellerific. Fortune teller, huh? I'm getting hungry now for some reason. If you're considering it, I can introduce you to a good place I know. That was good. Talking to a fortune teller seems interesting. How about it, David? It might be fun. It's in the alley next to the nightclub Paradise. There should be a sign that says Nusszel. It's pretty well known in the area, so if you ask people around, they should be able to point you in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Demir. We'll go there as soon as we finish eating. Once you find out what you need, please contact me. I'd really like to have this crest. Sure thing? Not a problem at all? Maybe? Concern for Oak, though? The ones in France are particularly dead. David and Susanna left the restaurant, tailed by Clark and Vince. Seriously, a fortune teller? You'd think they'd try asking a detective first. At a glance, there's nothing suspicious about this Demir guy, but think about it, he just happened to come to that restaurant. He just happened to know a lot about crests. That's way too convenient. Problem is, we can't fold him inside the fortune teller's shop, can we? They probably do strip shows at nightclubs in Rome. Maybe we should take a seat inside, grab something to bite, and enjoy the show. It's part of the Italian experience. Yes, clearly. Strip clubs. Let's go to strip clubs. Excuse me. The neon sign reads Paradise. They're going into that alley. Now cut the crap and keep your eyes open. Or closed, whichever works. David and Susanna entered the alley looking for Nusszel's shop. Isn't that the name of the Salt Bay guy? I think it is, isn't it? It sure is dark in this alley. It's the perfect place for a mugging. This should be the place, but I don't see any signs that say Nusszel. Real fortune teller shops wouldn't have a big sign. They get their customers mostly through word of mouth. It's said having too many customers lowers their energies. They don't do that if they don't think they need it though. Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Repeating. I wonder how many people come here looking for it but give up because they can't find it. These Nusszel. Dude. It'll be fine. Fortune tellers have powers, you know. They know when someone is looking for them, and they'll put out a sign of some kind to help them find the place. They don't do that if they don't think they need it, though. You're pretty knowledgeable about this. Sus, Anna. There it is. It says Nusszel on the wall. Let's go inside, David. David looked at the letters on the wall. The inscription was the size of a business card. Impressed by Susanna's eyesight, he followed her through the door she opened. Very sus, Anna. The fortune teller's house was wrapped in black curtains. It was so dimly lit that David and Susanna were forced to walk carefully, so as not to stumble. The voice of a man came from the back. Open the curtains. David did as told and peered inside. The room beyond was also shrouded in black curtains. A single lit candle on the table provided a small source of light. There were no signs of the owner of the voice. Approach the table. David and Susanna approached the table, as told. Well met. I am Michael, the fortune teller. The candle flickered at Michael's words. It was as if the voice came from the candle itself. It seems you've been looking for someone. How did he know? He didn't say anything yet. I am no mere fortune teller. I am a real sorcerer, wielder of dark magics. At the mention of dark magics, David wondered if he wasn't in another one of his dreams. David, what should we do? I'm scared. There is nothing to be afraid of. Simply tell me the age and the name of the person you're looking for. If you've brought any of their belongings, leave them on the table. David spread the cloth with the crest on the table and spoke up. I want to find the owner of the coat of arms embroidered on this handkerchief. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about this person. Just from this piece of cloth? Guess it's impossible just from the crest. Excuse me. Silence, woman! I could easily find out with my dark arts, but I would extinguish yet another one of the lights of my life if I were to do so. It's a matter of money. We have it. How much? You think I'd exchange my very life for money? I have more money than I'd ever need. I won't use my magic for someone who ignores the value of life. Leave! The flame of the candle swayed violently. I like how it's animated the candle though, it's pretty good. Mr. Michael, if you truly are a sorcerer as you claim, would you refuse to help us after seeing us in person? Black curtains moved. Michael was apparently looking at Susanna and David. Michael let out a gasp. My apologies. I shall proceed to use my dark magics. David was going to ask Susanna about the sudden change in Michael's attitude, but he was interrupted before he could. I will attempt to follow the residual thoughts on this cloth, but I cannot do this myself. I must borrow your energy waves. Oh, energy waves? I don't get it. But if it helps us solve the mystery of this crest, go ahead. Thank you. I shall now follow the residual thoughts and send you what I perceive. Abandon all trivial thoughts and open your mind. Let us begin. Once he could no longer hear Michael's voice, David felt some kind of weight in his mind. He thought to himself as he was receiving Michael's thoughts. David tried to focus on this weight, but nothing seemed to happen. Then he started feeling drained for some reason. Then he heard Michael's voice, or rather, his voice resonated within his head. The ancestors of the owner of this cloth betrayed the Devil King. They'll be rewarded with eternal happiness in the kingdom of God, but they've hidden their history and coat of arms, fearing the dark retribution. I've identified the residual thoughts. I should be able to track them to their source. David was now convinced that he was in one of his dreams, but unlike the other times, he now wanted to see where it would lead. Do you see it? Yeah, I like how this effect actually makes the text slow down when it's typing out. It's pretty good. This is the building I see in my mind. Do you see it? This magnificent building is the source of the coat of arms. I shall now confirm its location. David observed the building pictured in his mind. Sailor Gaming, thanks for the follow. It was some kind of castle. The image faded from his mind. David could now hear Michael's voice throughout his ears. This is all I can do. I hope it proves useful. Excuse me. Could you draw us a map? We have to go there. The black curtain swayed and a slip of paper came out of the gap. Susanna took it and handed over a large sum of money in return. We're done here. Let's go, David. As he grabbed Susanna's hand, David chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking it felt very realistic for a dream. That's because it's not a dream. I need to drop a save at some point as well. After leaving the darkness of Michael's residence, David was blinded by the sudden sunlight. After a few seconds he became used to the light. He was now convinced that his meeting with Michael was not a dream. Should we follow Michael's map? Of course, but first there's something I'd like to ask you. Michael changed his attitude at your words. Could you tell me why? Excuse me. I need a quick drink actually, hold on. I do like how my model actually picks up on me drinking though. Excuse me. It's because you're very popular here in Rome. Your presence here should be all over the newspapers. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know who you are, David. Somehow he failed to recognize you, but once I told him who you were, he figured he could brag to have had David, the famous singer of Vision, among his clients. David wasn't fully satisfied with this explanation, but he kept the conversation going. I'm not drinking the bathwater, no. Excuse me. Is that so? What about when he used his magic? It was like one of my dreams. Didn't you feel tired? It was as if he was draining my energy. I'm okay, but you do look a little pale. Maybe we should go back to the hotel. We've come this far. I really want to know who the owner of this crest is. Look, there's a taxi over there. Let's go. David and Susanna entered the taxi. Clark and Vince saw them leave and hurried to find a taxi of their own. Just as David's taxi was leaving their sight, they were able to find their ride. Clark and Vince's happy adventures through Rome. Well, hello, good sir. See that taxi? Could you please follow it? Lucky for them, there were no other taxis on the road. The rest were private cars. Damn it, another car got in between. Tell them to step on the gas already. Sheesh. Don't they know how to drive in Rome? No. Is the answer. They're getting away from the hotel. Where do you think they're headed? The taxi's headed for the River Tiber. They may be headed for the San Pietro Basilica in the Vatican City. Oh, is that where they're going? The Vatican is the smallest country in the world. Some call it the Land of God, some the Kingdom of the Holy Spirit, others the headquarters of the Catholic Church. There are rumours that the Pope has enough authority to run the world. Excuse me. You sure know a lot of stuff, Vince. The Vatican is just 0.44 square kilometers, and yet it has over 100 embassies all over the world. It's one of the richest countries out there. We're off to see the Pope! We just crossed Ponte Sant'Angelo. You're right, Chief. We're going to the San Pietro's Basilica. Weird. They just crossed Piazza San Pietro. If they'll go to the Basilica, this is where they get off. Where are they going then? Alright, Shrapnel. I'll catch you later. Have a good night. I'm probably gonna cut it in a few minutes anyway. So once we actually get to a good save point. They drove past the Vatican museums. They just keep going, huh? Leonardo da Vinci spent some time around these parts ostensibly. Fucking hell. Use of these words. They turned again. I have no idea where they're going. Well, they finally stopped. They got off, but the taxi's just parked there. Maybe they told them to wait? Let's stay here and see what they do. Yeah, this is the place! David and Susanna got off the taxi and looked around them. Look, David, this is it! Fucking, how accurate is this fortune teller? Yes, no doubt about it. This is the castle we saw. Michael's magic was for real. Let's see if we can notice the crest anywhere. Michael said their family passed down the coat of arms in secret, but I can't imagine they'd build such a grandiose building without sticking the crest somewhere. It's usually on the front door, most of the time. Dave and Susanna walked around the building, examining it accurately. Oh, there it is. There it is, engraved on the gatepost. I told you! It's the same size as the one on the handkerchief. You're right, it has no colours, but it's definitely the same design. It's so small that you normally wouldn't notice it if you weren't looking for it. I'm glad we finally found the crest, Michael. Glad we finally found the crest. Michael also mentioned the Devil King. I'm sure the old man from your dream was pleased. Looks like the nameplate reads Daniel Hawkeye. Okay. Curiouser and curiouser. Looks like the nameplate reads Daniel Hawkeye. David felt like he heard the name somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where exactly. This is the end of my search. Thank you, Susanna. If it weren't for you, that old man would have haunted my dreams again tonight. Now I can go back to the hotel without worry. Hawkeye, eh? That weird guy that was in the room before. Fucking Hawkeye. David and Susanna entered the taxi again. Well, they got on the taxi again. What do we do? I'm getting off to check whatever the hell they were looking at. You keep following them. We'll regroup at the hotel. Clark got off the taxi and Vince followed David and Susanna. Clark approached the gate post David and Susanna were inspecting. Yeah, the bootleg wine, yeah. Well, this is the same crest drawn on that handkerchief. Did the fortune teller tell them to come here or something? That's loading a lot for some reason. I need to put a save down. As soon as we returned to the hotel, David went to sleep without even taking his clothes off. It felt as if Michael, the fortune teller, had absorbed all of his energy. He was feeling better by the time Alan called him on the phone later on. When David came down to the lobby, the rest of the band was waiting for him, including Susanna. Hey there, my man, how you feeling? You looking good? We were just talking about changing the order of the songs for the concert tomorrow. Your songs are just too powerful, David. We're thinking about how to keep all that energy down so the audience don't go crazy again. Good idea. So they don't start tearing their faces off again. Other bands probably think we're full of it, but we have to do something before people actually get hurt. So, what do you think, David? Susanna managed to save our last concert, but yeah, I agree. We should change the song order. That settles the matter. Now let's go eat. I found a good place. It's nice and quiet. We booked it for the entire evening, so we can eat and drink without being bothered. David, don't you dare leave us halfway through this time. The band left from the back of the hotel in 2 separate taxis. Clark and Vince tailed them in their own car. Fucking detectives. Drove downtown and stopped under a neon sign saying Canzone. Almost said calzone for a second there. As they walked through the door, the other customers stood up and clapped for them. When I told the neighbors that Vision made a reservation, they all decided to come here to see you, Mr. David. I'm gonna turn off the sign, or we're gonna be flooded. Got the place to ourselves, have we? Nice. While there were some young people, most of the customers were elderly. Rather than a party with their fans, it felt more akin to a family meal. Oh man, I didn't think it was gonna be very quiet. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned we were Vision. You idiot! It's fine, we haven't had this kind of atmosphere since we left London. I don't mind this once in a while. Please take a seat, this is going to be a fun night. I hope you're ready to drink until the sun comes up. Once they were all seated, they started with a toast. Then they started bringing in an endless stream of food, from raw oysters to grilled lamb. Damn, that sounds good. Yeah, partying and eating with these 80-year-olds. There was a small stage inside the restaurant. One of the few men from the neighborhood was there singing an Italian song. They were all listening and enjoying the performance. God damn it. Yeah, some of them could be better, but for the most part I think the pictures are actually pretty good. Outside the restaurant were Clark and Vince waiting inside their car. These two guys though. Nobody's gonna believe they're closed with all the noise they're making in there. Well, we gotta be on the lookout while Susanna's in there. Still, I can't believe how popular David is, all the way here in Rome. I've been thinking, after all the trouble to find the house with the crest, why would David just leave? I would have gone inside. Don't ask me. I'm gonna keep an eye here. Why don't you go buy some hot dogs? From the looks of it, it's going to be one long night. Hot dog sounds good right now, actually. Fucking starving. Got some bowl noodles downstairs, so I'll probably go and make one after this. It was midnight. Nobody seemed ready to leave the party yet. David, drunk with wine, was almost in a daze, resting his chin on his hands. How'd you feel, David? You can barely keep your eyes open by the looks of it. I'm okay. Italians sure know how to party, huh? You wouldn't think so, would you? Fucking David always getting too drunk, yeah? It's not just Italians. Look, Andrew's trying to sing in Italian too. Think I might be a little drunk. I'm going outside to get some night air. Don't worry, I'll be right back. You hope. Although last time you stepped out for air, you glassed some hunk in London. David stepped outside and went on a short walk, taking in the fresh air, trying to sober up. Unlike the shopping districts, there were barely any cars around after midnight, so David thought it was a good time for a walk. As he walked, David thought there was something off about his surroundings. Oh, here we go again. Just stepping outside to the hellscape to sober up, yeah. I've never been here, but these streets are familiar. David felt like he was moving through muscle memory alone, as if he had always walked these streets. You have. You idiot. There should be an alley around the corner. David turned down the road and he stopped, dumbfounded. That's the residence of Damiel Hawkeye, the owner of the crest. How did I get to the Ottaviano district? Nothing like a nice scream top web to cure a hangover. What's up, G? He approached the gate. This is... Speaking of screams? And then he heard a scream coming from inside. Murder! Sir Hawkeye has murdered! He saw a silhouette through the closed gates. The shadow ran in front of him before disappearing in the darkness. What happened? I thought I recognized that face. Who was it? The gates of Hawkeye's residence opened and a group of men wielding sticks came out surrounding him. It's him! He murdered Sir Hawkeye! Kill him! No, you got the wrong man. The killer went that way. You take me for an idiot? I've seen the face of the killer and it was you! Kill him! David tried to run away, but he was soon surrounded. There was no room for escape. Avenge the master! The axe swung in front of his face. David screaming got wav. Crash. You heard the sound of bottles shattering. David, what happened? Oh, you're soaked with wine. What the hell just happened? David ran his fingers through his shirt, damp with wine. He then realized he had another one of his nightmares. Sorry, my hand slipped. I must be more drunk than I thought. You better not have another glass or you'll be a mess during tomorrow's concert. The sound of David's bottle crashing on the floor brought the party to an end. Way to kill the mood, David! There's always one who can't hold their drink. Yeah, fucking party ruining drunken David. At the back of the hotel, David was worried about having a nightmare, so he asked Susanna to give him some of her pills. We're gonna have another nightmare, aren't we? Whether it was the pills or the wine, David fell asleep without dreaming and was able to wake up late in the morning feeling refreshed. Excuse me. Once again, Clark and Vince were inside their car parked behind the hotel. So weird, this. There have been no changes in Susanna's behaviour during their stay in Rome. They should be leaving for Germany after tonight's concert. You read the papers this morning? I could hardly believe it myself. Daniel Hawkeye, the owner of that house with the crest, was found murdered. Okay, what happened? Pills! Give me pills! Yeah, it appears he was murdered around midnight. We were outside the restaurant the whole time, so we know Susanna had nothing to do with it. So what the hell happened then? David searches for the crest, the fortune teller points the way, he finds Hawkeye and BAM! He ends up dead. I don't think it's a coincidence. We're talking about an Earl here, one with a close connection to the Pope. This ain't your run-of-the-mill murder. Chief, I know you're trying to find something on Susanna, and I agree she does act suspicious here and there, but we can't pin Hawkeye's murder on her. This has to be a coincidence. Sus Anna. After the sun went down, the Leono Vision was ready to begin their last concert in Rome. Just like the previous time, David's energy fueled the crowd's excitement. The new sorting of the songs had the desired effect. While some of the audience collapsed from anemia, generally speaking the concert ended without issues. The next day the band left the country from Rome's airport, seen off by a large crowd of fans. Where they're going. They're headed for Frankfurt am Main airport in West Germany. David was still unaware of the murder of Daniel Hawkeye. When they reached the airport, rather than by their excited fans, they were surrounded by members of the press. Reaching the hotel was more problematic than they had expected. So we're in Germany now. Park Hotel. When they reached the Park Hotel near the centre of Frankfurt, they found security struggling to keep their fans from crowding the entrance. Before their tour of Europe, the band wouldn't even dream to be in a similar situation. The American isn't going to be happy. They all gathered in Alan's room. I'm glad we decided to go on this tour. Who knew we'd ever be this popular? Danny? There he is. This is cool and all, but I can't wait to get back to England. You know what? I'm gonna write a new song for the last concert back home. Well, we've got 2 days before our next performance. What are we doing in the meantime? Some friends of mine asked me to buy some souvenirs, so I like to go out. David. Where's Susanna? think she got a call from our promoter and left. Yeah, let's work on a new song. You weren't there last time, David, so... We've got 2 days, so you better make time for that. With that said, how about we eat something? Oh, stop talking about food, I am starving. The band left the hotel to look for a restaurant. I'm so hungry right now, God. Need to get something to eat in a minute. It's like fucking nearly 1 o'clock in the morning though. It's gonna be a midnight snack +1. Meanwhile, while Clark and Vince were driving through the... however you pronounce that. It's a Marschenstrasse. Marschenstrasse, yeah. They were of course tailing Susanna's taxi. I think this is where I actually got up to when I was watching Trap play this, I think. Not even a day since they're in West Germany and Susanna's already going on a trip all by herself. Where do you think she's going? We're already past Castle, so maybe she's going to Hamelin. What's it? Hamelin, yeah. He's got to be meeting up with someone. I hope so. I really want to try out this baby. This wiretap here is state-of-the-art, West German made. It's a shame we didn't have it back then in Paris. What was that? It was recommended by a fellow detective from West Germany. He says it's the best thing his country ever made. German engineering. Yes, we're almost at Hameln. Is she gonna stop here? Susanna's car stopped in front of a riverside restaurant. She walked inside. After confirming the name of the restaurant from its sign, Clark and Vince followed it. The restaurant was surprisingly crowded considering its rural position. Susanna was seated at a table in the corner. As there were no empty tables close by, Clark and Vince were forced to take a seat further away than they had intended. On Clark's prompt, Vince approached the table next to Susanna's and exchanged a few words with the customer. Vince returned a few moments later. It's done, Chief. The wiretap's under her table. Way to go! By the way, what did you tell the guy? I told him that his plate looked delicious and asked for the name of the dish. Apparently they're fried herrings, the cheapest and yet tastiest dish of this place. I don't really like fish, but if you're coming here you just gotta try them, so... Fried herrings, huh? If you don't, that guy might come here and start chatting us up in German, then Susanna might notice us, and it'll all go south from there. You better order your damn herrings. Alright, I get it, but you gotta eat them too, Chief. As the fried herrings were brought to their table, a man sat in front of Susanna. Vince took a picture of the man with a hidden camera, while Clark put on an earphone. Okay. I gotta save it soon! I think I'll save it after this scene actually, and then call it a night. This is pretty interesting though. It's like I said before, like it started off super interesting and it's just gotten better as it goes on. Although unfortunately I am spoiled in this game because I've seen people play it before. Seen Trap play it. But it's good. I mean, actually getting to play it myself and actually seeing what the first half of the game was like. It's said the story is actually pretty good. All the twists and turns. Like how it's been building up actually. But I am hungry, god damn. I don't know why I'm suddenly feeling really hungry. All that talk about food earlier as well. God damn it. Yeah, this game uses like all photography in it, which is what makes it actually more interesting. And I think a lot more immersive as well, because you actually can recognize a lot of the places that they go to. and it brings you more into the scenes themselves that way. Because as much as I like a lot of the other text adventures that I play, sometimes you do feel a little bit detached from the scenes that you see, but in this one it's actually a lot more interesting. The man was about 30 years old or so. From the way he was dressed, Clark had the feeling he was some kind of artist, rather than a businessman. Susanna greeted him with a smile, as if he was acquainted with him. My name is Gokul. Thank you for your help back in London. This guy with a beanie. And thank you for coming all the way here. Have there been changes in the Devil King's condition? The wall between dream and reality is about to collapse. His body shows the bruises from injuries he receives in his dreams. There is no better proof. Sus, Anna. Yesterday I've been told that the blood of the betrayer has been severed. This is wonderful news. Blood of the betrayer. Yet another sign of the power of the Devil King. It was another miracle born from his dream. Seemingly, there is someone capable of severing the blood of sorcery here in West Germany, but we've been unable to find any leads. We need the power of the Devil King for that. Speaking of which, did you bring what we talked about? Gokul took out a small box from his pocket, placed it on the table and opened it. So this is the ring mentioned at the London gathering. Are you sure I can take it? This ring is more valuable than our own lives. We will all give them gladly for the sake of the rebirth. Take it. From dream to reality and reality to dream. May our dearest wish come true. By the way, David's becoming more and more popular. It must be hard taking care of him. I admit that it's hard getting used to it. I'm always busy dealing with security and the press. We'd better eat up before our food gets any colder. Susanna put the ring box in a bag and started eating a meal with Gokul. Excuse me. These two. Come on, Chief. It's not fair. I want to listen too. You can listen to the tape later. Now eat your herring. Be a good boy and eat your food. Please tell me what they're talking about. It's not something you'd get if I paraphrased it. Just wait until later and you'll hear it from the tape. Just give me the keynotes. Well, seems that Susanna and that Gokul guy met at some meeting in London. They mentioned the Devil King, the blood of betrayer, severing the blood of sorcery. This Devil King could be some kind of nickname, but the rest just sounds like some kooky, occult crap. Sounds like the purpose of this meeting was for Gokul to give Susanna some kind of prized ring. She already put it in her bag though. I didn't get a look at it. Yeah, I don't get what they're talking about at all. I'll listen to the tape later. Susanna and Gokul finished their meal and left. You follow Gokul. I'll keep tailing Susanna. Clark and Vince followed their two marks. Gokul let Susanna into his car and drove off. Whatever that was. Gokul was driving towards Frankfurt. Just as the sun was setting and the artificial illuminations were lighting up, Gokul stopped near David's hotel. After dropping Susanna off, he drove away. After dropping Clark off, Vince went after Gokul's car. Even the cars scream, yeah. Susanna went inside the hotel. She addressed the clerk at the front desk. Is the band here? They left a while ago. They left the keys in my care, so they must still be out. Susanna took a room key and headed for the elevator. At about 10 o'clock the band returned to the hotel. Andrew was not with them. You okay, David? You might have had one beer too many. Right, I'm gonna save it there. So chuck a 1 there. Yeah, I'm actually gonna call it there because 5 hours worth of game nearly, and I am dying. But this has been really interesting, so I'm gonna continue this on tomorrow at the same time. So hopefully you guys will be able to come along for the ride because I think it's gonna get very interesting from here on out. Like I said, I've already been spoiled by Trap playing it like a week and a bit ago. But I wanted to play this myself because I wanted to experience it myself, and it's been fucking good so far. So yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you for chatting and hanging out, and hopefully you enjoyed that. And we're going to continue this on tomorrow. Yes, and you need to wake up at a degenerate time again tomorrow. It's 8 o'clock UK time. That's when it'll be going on. Same time tomorrow. I'm going to find somebody to host. I'm going to see if anyone's actually playing anything. I think Sarva's doing some random shit, so I'm going to send you all in Sarvet's direction. So, thank you very much. And have a good night, everybody, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night.